Welcome back to CyberRisk TV's live coverage of Black Hat 2026. We're excited to kick off day number 2 here in Las Vegas. I'm Mike Shima, and joining me today is Geron, CEO of Orca Security. Thanks for being here.
Glad to be here, Mike.
So Gil, one of the things that is inescapable, obviously I've been saying this a lot, is AI, LLMs, agentic, et cetera. But I think what you're looking at, what I'm more interested in having the conversation with you about is how people are using that. And obviously there's developers are developing, but that noun there is not just developers. Everyone's developing, and that has some consequences for security. So tell us what you've been seeing from that perspective.
I think you touched exactly on a huge shift we've seen over the last few months. Everyone became a builder. And what we've seen is that we have a big cohort of developers, engineers that are working in higher velocity, producing more software, having to get more out there, and that required us to adapt to that velocity and provide security tools that allow you to work at the same speed and allow you to prevent risk from happening. But what we've also seen is a cohort that have never been engaged in software development are deploying services to production, access to data, and are not even familiar with basic policies within the organization on how to release software.
Yeah, so everyone became a developer. That means everyone became an AppSec expert as well. Is that true? No.
That's, I think, part of the big gap that we are seeing. While CEOs like myself are pushing the team to adopt AI. Mm-hmm. And to produce more capabilities and move faster with AI, we can't tell them, hey, do it, but don't do it too much.
Yeah.
And so security teams suddenly find themselves, hey, someone just deployed a new service in Lovable. Mm-hmm. And that service has access to my Salesforce.
What's going to happen? Yeah, and I think, and you made a comment that I think is really the important key part of this is that it's accessing data or accessing our Salesforce, for example, or some other SaaS tool, because it's not so much that people can build, it's what is that built code accessing? And I'm curious then to how does the security team keep track of that? Just what's touching what, who's touching where, those types of questions.
So part of the evolution that we've went through in Orca is understanding that we need to protect not 5 cloud providers, but 50 PaaS services. Understanding that you may have resources in Lovable, in Replit, in Bolt, mm-hmm. in Base44, in Supabase, in Snowflake, in MongoDB, in Cockroach, so I can go on and on and on in different services, and suddenly what used to be a lot more concentrated in just like 5 major cloud providers is now becomes a mesh of infrastructure, and so the first thing is to find that shadow IT. Which is a new shadow IT effectively. Yep. And the second is to provide you with tools that are working the same way as these vibe coders work to actually find, remediate, and fix the issues.
And that's and there's been that arc, the idea of shadow built code, shadow vibe coding, is the concept we had that with Shadow Cloud, right? Shadow IT, as you mentioned before, it's not that this is new, it's just expanding our attack surface. And I wonder there too, if you were looking at just like an AWS and a Google, it's probably a little bit easier to say this should be a read-only, or this is okay to have read and write access to data. But you start to get into double digits there, 50 or so different SaaS services, all these things. Is there still the equivalent of a write or a read-only policy, something like that you can deploy here? What does a good defense look like?
The good thing is that these providers are completely aligned with the importance of securing these services, and I would even say more they are interested in making these services first-class citizens in enterprises. And so, how do I adopt these services and don't lose my SOC 2 certification or cause any kind of damage to my company is super important. And so there is ability to basically to get APIs, to scan them, to do it without causing disruption. At the same time, have the combination of everything you code, run, and fix it throughout the life cycle.
So it sounds like it's very much, I'll say we as an industry already knew about how developers are building code. We should have security awareness, secure code training. I don't know that we can do secure code training for everybody now. That doesn't scale. But there still has to be a governance here. And I think what I'm hearing is there's definitely a governance story. It's just trying to figure out where it applies because it's so much broader. And I'm curious then, how does the security team keep up with that now that their potential population developers has possibly doubled, tripled?
So what I'm seeing is that there's a few approaches that CISOs are taking. One of them is to try to block usage of these services.
Good luck.
and then you find that basically you are in the challenge of someone putting a credit card and you have no idea.
Yeah.
And so that approach works only so far. The second approach I'm seeing is that they are trying to basically migrate them into a self-hosted services in their cloud. And that, I would say, work for some extent, but it's A, more complicated, and B, you are effectively trying to rebuild a service that was built over the last 5 years or so that has a lot more maturity.
And it's not your expertise necessarily either,
and sometimes it's okay for internal usage, but at the same time, as mentioned, you do not want to slow people down. You do not want to lose the benefits of AI, and that's where we are trying to help both the main cohort, which is the engineers, the developers, to develop faster, to secure them. We've provided security agents that actually inspect the code, find the issues in the code, fix them, and then allow you to verify whether they are real or not in production. And we apply the same techniques, we just made them for vibe coders for these additional services.
So it's the idea that we can either try and make everybody in the world an AppSec expert, or here's an agent, you used an agent to write the code, have this other one to evaluate whether this code should be trusted out to prod or it needs some help.
Or even communicate with him on how to fix it.
Yeah.
And the reality is that while developer engineers are very much, they want to understand the behind the scenes, they want to understand how it works, they want to make sure it's working as they intended. Vibe coders that are not engineers, they would just want it to work. There's a problem, fix the problem. That's more or less the approach. And so it's actually very, very easy to make them fix the stuff because they're saying, okay, I understand this is not my expertise, fix it for me.
Yeah, it's funny because if you're looking just at that chatbot interface, if you're just saying hello, good morning, write some code, fix some code, that feels like it should be the simple way to do that. And so I wonder then, when you have these agents doing the remediation, how much of that is, do they stumble ever, or does this, how do the humans react to this when they're not the experts?
What we are seeing is that the adoption is from their side is very, very easy because they were slowed down or even blocked by the security team, and it's sort of this is the way for them, to, the journey for production or the journey for release. And so we've seen that there's absolutely, they're not objecting, they're adopting, they like the fact that actually they had the opportunity to avoid a security issue because they were not aware that what they were doing is so risky.
Well, and I'm curious there too, have you seen them come with an appreciation that it is, they're more responsible for the security rather than just, hey, security team, I vibe coded this or I created this. You're the ones responsible for fixing this. Go clean up what I created.
I definitely, I would say that they understand that under control. I don't feel that they're trying to dump the reality into the security team, but at the same time, there's their frustration on the fact that, wait, like it works. Claude built it for me. Like, why?
Why do I have to do anything else?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And so, and from the security team perspective, like no one talked to you. You were handed this dump of services that did not go through a security review. No. Got permissions to do all sorts of things in my company. Were not designed, and how do I secure it? How do I find it? And that's a huge challenge.
And the key part there too, you said, how do I even find it? That is one of those things that the AppSec team is easier said than done, in the sense of, well, go have an asset inventory, app inventory. I've been saying this all day yesterday, so I'm kicking that off today. How do you help them just find out who's writing, who's vibing out there?
We've developed techniques to basically find these vibe coders, to not only find the vibe coders, to find what they're using and how they're using it.
Yeah, that's the important part.
And so we can literally tell you, hey, surprise, surprise, you're using base 44. Did you know that? And then, oh, I didn't know that. And okay, here it is. It's actually very secure. Can you, here's a few elements that you should consider in improving that security, or maybe even change of permissions to reduce risk, and you can go from there. So these elements are really appreciated by the security team, because like, at least I know where my problems are.
Yes, you at least have a place to start from. One of the other things is, I can imagine this is also doing, is just exacerbating a challenge the security team already has, in the sense of, you mentioned access to data. Ideally, the security team knows where all their data is as well as this is what degree of sensitivity it is. Not everybody lives in that ideal world. So is there a level of maturity or a level of governance that companies already need to have before they're approaching this? Because AI really isn't waiting, and that's kind of what the subtext of what you've been saying.
Absolutely, there's no need for waiting. Yeah. That's the beautiful thing here, is that understanding data, finding PII, finding sensitive data is core values of Orca. Scanning code, AppSec, like scanning for secrets, for vulnerabilities, are things that are in the core values. We took the building blocks that are great for the biggest cohort that we have, which is engineers and security teams, that we really love our product, and we've reassembled it in a way that helps also the new cohort build really good stuff.
Yeah. And that sounds very appealing, in the sense that you don't have to be, because we started this off with the premise that anybody can code, but not anybody needs to have the skills of being an expert engineer. That's where they've shifted it over to the agent. So they also don't need to have the expert of the security mindedness to be able to download and tweak these configurations and figure out what the agent's doing. The agent's doing it for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we are seeing something that is very similar to the early days of cloud, where people were so excited, so they just started to spin up new cloud environments. And we've matured so much throughout the years, both the providers and the security vendors. Here we need to do it a lot faster. We need to understand that vibe coders are here to stay. And we need to adopt our security tooling, our security visibility, our remediation path to the next generation of app builders.
And it sounds to me like it's a great story that if you're already focused on what the traditional developers were doing a decade ago, as long as we can just expand and have that coverage of anyone who's interacting with the agents, as a CISO, as a security team, you can have good confidence that at least you know what is being developed, and you can understand what the risk is. And that feels better.
Absolutely.
Gil, thank you so much for this conversation. It's a great way to kick off day 2 of Black Hat.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks everybody for joining us. To learn more about Orca Security, visit securityweekly.com/OrcaBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance/Black Hat. And please stick around. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Darren Guccione, CEO and co-founder at Cybersecurity. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So Darren, you're, I think, the first person I've talked to who's giving a presentation today.
Yes.
And it's very, very topical, and I don't want to give away the title. Let's leave that up to you. What are you talking about today?
Generally, I call it the invasion of AI. That's it. Simple.
Simple, very topical, as I said, to repeat myself a little bit, but I think you're taking, AI is everywhere, we've been invaded, but you're taking a little bit of a focused approach on identity and what the implications are for identity. So what are the implications? Are we all being replaced by AI?
Yeah, so generally speaking, conventional or traditional cybersecurity solutions were really built for humans, not machines. We call them non-human identities, including AI agents. And there's been this mass proliferation, I call it the invasion of AI, in enterprise infrastructure, right? So there's been a race with technology vendors, to basically build technologies and platforms or isolated solutions that can address this problem.
And part of the problem is that we as the industry have had API endpoints, we've had service accounts that are a form of non-human identity,
right.
But agents add a bit of nuance to this. The controls do need a little bit of some more attention or some more details to them. What are either people being surprised about because of agents, or what are they not realizing that their controls really need to take an account for with these?
Yeah, that's a great question. So generally speaking, the way that an IT executive, right, operates daily is completely different than the way it used to be. So for example, a human would log into infrastructure or your machine, do a security update, firmware update, install new software.
Sure.
Today, right, that is embodied in what we call a workload. So you could have the same IT executive running hundreds of workloads at once with these agents, right? And so generally what happens is that most organizations today don't have any idea how many of those workloads are running, how many agents are running, right? And because they lack visibility, they can't govern or protect or secure what they can't see. So number one, there's a pervasive discovery issue.
Yep.
And number two, once you do discover it, okay, what do I do now? How do I remediate? How do I assign an identity to each one of those workloads? Each workload is an identity, right? And an identity is a human, a non-human identity. You mentioned a service account, that's an identity. A Kubernetes cluster, that's an identity, right? Claude or any other type of agent is an identity. And what happens is those non-human identities are proliferating exponentially, right? And they're proliferating at a rate that's far greater in terms of the pace than what a traditional organization can protect against. And that's the issue.
There's a lot of those aspects too that, like you said, it's that massive multiplier of how many agents there are to employees, because there's that fan out of, to repeat a little bit, that workload of just installing and updating. Here's the workload that's writing some code. Here's the workload that's searching out the internal wiki pages and collecting a knowledge base, if you will. But each of those need different privileges, right? These aren't just, it's not just a discovery of how many are there, it's also visibility into, well, what are they doing and should they have that access?
That's right.
So how are they managing that? Because that sounds very much like a classic scaling problem, just to keep track of.
Well, the game has completely changed. When you ask me a very important question, how are they dealing with this? The answer is they're not.
Okay, that's not a good story. Yeah.
My role, is to educate, which I'm going to do today, I think at 1:30, to explain, here's how you have to approach this, here's what you do. Because over the last 25 years, organizations used isolated software solutions and stack them up. We call it a layered cybersecurity approach, right? Yeah. So one solution does remote access, one solution does MFA, one solution is an identity provider. The other might protect credentials, the other secrets, the other connections, right? Well, what happens when products are disparate? They leave vulnerabilities and gaps. Now, That's the first problem. The second problem is actually greater and more existential in that those software solutions were principally designed for humans, right? Well, what happens when you have this mass proliferation of non-human identities, right? Because on average, one engineer could manage 150 workloads. In fact, the ratio is about 100 to 150 to 1, and that's for a privileged user, right? That's a user. That's different than me.
Sure.
I'm a non-privileged user, right? Now, with every identity, you want to eliminate standing or persistent privilege. It has to be time-based, so you should only have access to a website, system, or application when and if you need it. And when you do need it, you're granted access for a specific point of time or period of time. And all of it's being reviewed, managed, logged, even session recorded, right? Because today, you want to make sure that when you assign an identity to a workload, right, this NHI workload, you have to determine whether it has the capacity and the authorization to transact on your environment.
Yes. Should it have even taken this action in the first place?
That's right. And the problem is most solutions, even though I see them in titles all the time, and I'm not here I'm not here to judge other vendors. We see that AI's in almost, you can walk around the show and see everyone has some clip about AI in the title. At the end of the day, if you are an isolated solution, right? Let's just pick IGA for instance, okay? Very important. It's isolated. If it's not part of a broader platform, right, in cyber around identity governance, this is the word, governance, you're going to be in real serious trouble.
And even with the idea of MFA, for example, I'm a huge fan of passkeys for humans.
Yeah.
But you need that doesn't necessarily translate over to the NHI side, but the ephemeral access does. Here
That's
is
right.
here is you've been granted to go do this action that you should be taking or that you're allowed to be taking, and when you're done, revoke. But one of the things I've seen is sort of a failure pattern is that can be hard to manage. So those windows of ephemeral go from a few minutes to a few hours to an 8-hour workday. The same with RBAC. It's wonderful to have granularity, but so many times because it's this tool and then this other tool, then this other tool, that failure pattern it just becomes a star. Just grant the equivalent of root or admin because it's too hard to reason through. So I wonder, do you see those types of problems, how do you see those types of problems being solved?
Look, that manifestation is, you've just described it in a different way, but you're 100% spot on. The key here is that isolated solutions no longer work. So here's an example. If you're using a CNAPP solution, Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, there's fantastic ones out there that do immense discovery. Over the last 12 months, I would say the leading ones actually now can discover, well, I'm a CISO, I need to know what's running in my environment.
Yes.
Right? And so at the end of the day, once you know what's running in your environment, whether it's human or not, the next question is, okay, what do I do about it? Right? Because the discovery piece
Now
is done.
what?
How do I
Yes.
remediate? Right? How do I assign risk to it? And then
Right, you're just here on the maturity scale. You need to do everything you're describing.
exactly. This, if you imagine, like just pre-NHI, okay? There's always anxiety if you're an IT or a CISO. I have to sleep with one eye open every night, being in cyber. It's not like selling MarTech or sales tech software. It's completely different, right? It's 24/7, 365. You're always on guard. It's like it's almost like a car alarm. When it's not firing off, its sense circuit, it's on standby,
Still
but
operating.
it's on. It's got an eye open, right? So at the end of the day, what it comes down to is you have to start thinking about platforms over products. And the platform has to unify the key components of identity and access management. Why do I say that? Because you cannot have pervasive governance and visibility without a strong identity security strategy and tech stack. It's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think part of that too is why I like that emphasis on governance, because even as a parallel to humans,
That's right.
obviously there's the discovery. It's a little bit easier to discover the humans because they go through the hiring process, et cetera. but there's the life cycle, if I'll say that word, of an employment. So, and even with spinning up agents, I'm a developer, maybe I spin up 100 agents, that hitting that exponential growth that you're describing. There's also, well, are those agents getting spun down? Do those agents, is there an agent just continuing to run off there if the employee leaves? Or if the employee's role changes and their privileges should have changed, did that agent change?
That's right.
And I'm curious then, how much have you seen any organizations approaching that well, or understanding this sort of that back end, if you will, of that governance life cycle?
Some yes, most that we've actually surveyed, no. I'm going to cover the stats later today.
Cool. Okay.
Around 89%, to be exact, they're not positioned correctly, and it's not out of malice.
Yeah,
it's just that this has been so extreme in terms of its, the invasion has been such an acceleration that again, most organizations were caught flat-footed by it, right? Yeah. The second point I think I need to make from a vendor perspective is that vendors also have to rethink, as they're retooling products, they have to also think about compute, right? Because when you build an application for a human, it's different than a machine, because the machines proliferate and they're running millions. We have customers that run millions of workloads on our technology, right? And you can imagine every one of those pings our infrastructure, right? And that drives up compute, right? So what's your pricing model going to be? How are you going to present that? Because there's already anxiety around it, right? And we can talk about tokens all day long, a separate discussion, right? How do you get your budget and your mind share around, well, what am I going to spend on tokens
But the CISO is part of that business, right? They're saying, here's how many dollars I have to spend either on preventing or remediating or on my incident response team. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
And so I wonder then, because you're, again, going a little bit back to that idea of governance, if an organization has at least a good governance story for the human side of things, are they then well prepared for the non-human side as well in agents, or is there still something that's new and a nuance that everybody's been struggling with that they don't realize?
It's one of the reasons this show is so busy. The reason this show, and I would say right now, this is like an incredible time for Black Hat. They're doing an amazing job pulling all this together. And whenever you have density of key decision makers that can come together and discuss it and strategize together, right, and understand, okay, now I have this sort of centralized pane of glass with respect to the technologies that we need. Nothing like that's going to happen overnight in terms of a CISO solving their problems. But now the good news is the path to migrating, right, to what I call more of a homeostasis environment exists. Whereas if I looked at this 6 months ago, believe me, I've seen radical change, because I go to so many shows. We do like 300 events a year at Keeper. So I would say it's been calming, right, that these organizations, specifically the technology vendors, are really leaning in on investing heavily around AI governance, right?
And part of that too is a little bit of just, as you mentioned too, like the CISOs discussing their problems, sharing their problems. Some of it is even, are they framing the problem the right way? Or are they still figuring out, or are they still even perhaps misunderstanding what the problem is? And what's some advice you would have for them?
I just talked about this very question at breakfast. So when you go to a doctor and the doctor says, "What's the problem?" You say, I have the chills, I have a fever, I'm nauseous, I don't feel well. Those are symptoms.
Right.
The problem is maybe you have the flu virus or something. The same holds true when I'm on a call with a CISO or head of security, and I do a lot of calls with existing and prospective customers. We take scrupulous notes, and 98% of the notes are the symptoms. And then we say, okay, now that we know everything about the environmental factors, your technology and identity stack that you're running, here's the core problem, and this is how we're going to solve it for you.
Yeah.
It is most often the case where, because the CISO doesn't have the same external lens into the technology solutions that are out there, and that's what this forum's amazing at, they need to be educated. They need to be consulted with, right? And I call it creating a design solution for each organization because, yes, I would say there's an 80% common thread. Yeah, you need NHI governance, but every company, it's like sort of like a person. Every company has different nuances, its own personality, right? Different shapes and sizes, different industry. One might need FINRA compliance, one might need HIPAA, right? So we bring together a thought process that's around designing a solution.
Yes,
You know?
and then I can imagine extrapolate from that. This is how it maps to that framework that we needed, FINRA, et cetera.
Yes.
So we're satisfying and not working from that framework backwards.
right.
So
Yeah.
so it's very much that classic want versus need. I want this,
Yeah.
but you're teasing out that what you really needed was this particular solution
Yeah,
shape.
I'll mention one more
Yeah.
point to that. So think about reporting, compliance reporting, Sarbanes-Oxley.
Yep.
Internal auditor comes in and says, I need a report of every identity you have in your environment, what they have access to, what their edit rights are, what their permissions are, what their role policies are. Right now, today, most organizations can't do that.
Or it's a
They'll
spreadsheet
do
that's
their
incorrect.
best.
Yeah.
They pull reports from different isolated solutions, but one ubiquitous report that can tell you everything you know across the entire authorization and identity chain, right? Role policy,
Yeah.
governance, very difficult to do.
And
Yeah.
it's very difficult to do, but if you do it, make a lot of CISOs happy.
That's
and I
right.
think a lot of CISOs will hopefully be happy listening to your presentation later today. So thank you for giving us a little bit of a preview of that,
You're
Darren.
welcome.
And thanks everyone for joining us. To learn more about Keeper Security, check out securityweekly.com/KeeperBH. For all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/blackhat. And stick around, we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is Tricia Howard. She's the head of marketing at Above Security. Tricia, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You survived a few days in Vegas.
Yes, barely, but we're here.
Yeah, I hear that. So you are head of marketing at Above Security?
That's correct.
What does Above do?
Yeah, so we are proactive insider risk management. What we stand to do is democratize insider risk for the masses, what was traditionally only available to the three-letter agencies and the large enterprise.
Yeah. So how do you define insider risk?
Oh, I'm so happy
Is
you
it just
asked
like
that.
me when I'm half asleep and typing the wrong passwords into the wrong platforms?
Yeah, that is part of it. So insider threat and insider risk are often used interchangeably, but actually insider threat is a subset of the umbrella of insider risk. So insider risk includes, like you said, like inappropriate use or using unsanctioned tools, shadow AI, shadow IT, but also the malicious. And nowadays, of course, the agents also. So they are insiders in everything but name.
Yeah. We're in such a weird transition period, and it's bizarre because now you have these things that can move at machine velocity, but they're doing human things.
Yep.
And they have a lot of times access to the same permissions and privileges that humans do.
Or more.
Yeah. So how do you think about that? How do you think about kind of how things are evolving, and are businesses keeping up with that?
Oh boy. No, I don't think so at all.
Dang.
To be honest.
I thought it was going to be good news. Man.
It's insecurity. When do we have good news?
Yeah.
No, it's not really the industry's fault necessarily. We didn't even figure it out for humans. So how are we going to figure it out for these agents, as you said, like moving at machine speeds, previously unthinkable speeds?
Yeah.
So I think, unfortunately, in security, we're always behind the 8-ball. We kind of started behind the 8-ball. We created the internet and told people to click on things, and then got mad that they clicked on them, and so we created security. And insider risk is it's so vast and it's so personal, and it's very difficult to manage in the way that the tools that we have pulled together, your DLP, UEBA, SIM even, they just didn't do what they said they were going to do. And so now that agents are a factor and are doing things, like you said, very elevated permissions, who's watching them?
Yeah.
They don't have managers. They don't have HR looking at them,
Yeah. And why do you think it is that the tools that we have don't work? Where do they fail?
Yeah, because they're trying to solve an inherently human problem with a purely technological solution.
Okay.
So insider risk is humans, right? Even with the agents, like they're still working on behalf of us. The DLPs or UEBA even, which is personal to me because I wanted UEBA to be doing what we're doing now 10 years ago.
That's where I got my start in security, was in UEBA.
Amazing,
so.
okay.
Tell me what I did wrong.
You probably didn't. It was. It's not just about what Tricia does, what she clicks on, and even when or how. It matters why, and it matters what happened 2 weeks ago, and what we predict is going to happen a month from now. Mm-hmm. From a technological perspective, me clicking on a LinkedIn post and looking at a competitor may be completely separate, but whenever you add in the context that I was recently demoted, now that might be a different story. Mm-hmm. And so I think what was missing was the actual reasoning behind it. We had all of the pieces, but insider risk are not pieces. They're a story. It's a whole game, right? It's not just moves.
So how does Above approach that problem differently?
Yeah, so I like to say we're human-centered but AI-powered. So
nice.
Thank you. Our fleet of investigative AI agents that make up our arbiter.
So fancy.
Thank you. Our arbiter engine, because we're all chess-themed, is doing exactly that. So they're always on. It's 24/7. They are looking, constantly re-reasoning, looking at multiple sources of telemetry that organizations previously just have not been able to see. And not only providing the data, because we have never had more access to data than we do now, but data's not very helpful unless you know what it means. And so we're providing that context for what it means. And on top of that, eliminating investigation time, because we're giving you a full behavioral timeline whenever there is something to worry about, whether it's malicious or not. And we can tell you that too. If somebody's, I was asleep and I accidentally put in my password wrong, that's fine. Or were you actually trying to do something bad?
Yeah. And do you do that with baselining, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so it's not baselining. I think this is an unfortunate thing that it makes sense logically that you would want to create a baseline and then look at deviation, but deviation does not equal risk inherently, and that's why we are flooded with alerts all the time. So no, it's not about baselining, because that's static. Policies are static, rules are static, human behavior is dynamic, and so that's how we're looking at it.
Okay. And what are the most common things that you're seeing right now in terms of, maybe not, is malicious activity the right word, or just like suspicious? Is suspicious less? It attributes less negative intent than malicious, because people don't always mean to do things that are destructive,
Yes,
right? It just
correct.
happens sometimes.
In fact, that's what we see the most.
Yeah.
It is not the North Korean people or that are. Of course, we do see that, but it's not as common. We see a lot of fraud, actually, a significant amount of fraud, and leavers like flight risks who are planning to take data with them.
Got it. So I make like a full backup of my MacBook before I go from one employer to the other.
You would be shocked at what people will do on corporately managed devices and browsers, and it is astounding. Mm-hmm.
Well, what is wild to me is there are still a lot of companies out there that'll ship you a MacBook and then have you sign in with your own iTunes account.
Yep.
Yep.
And then we get
large companies. I have seen this many times. That oh, okay, so you're just letting people back up to their own iCloud account and then wondering how you lost a bunch of proprietary data. I have an idea how you lost it. Yeah.
Yes, and then we no wonder people are confused about personal devices and corporate devices. A lot of people use their corporate machines for personal use, and while
vice versa, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
So the lines are blurring even more, and we need to be keeping a handle on that, because it creates a significant amount of risk for an org.
Has BYOD made that more difficult?
Yeah, I think certainly, and post 2020, of course, where remote work is first a lot of the time. That's also adds some complexity. We also, another thing we see a lot is overemployment. So yeah,
people got 4 or 5 jobs, not doing any of them particularly well.
Yep, at the same time. Yep.
So you guys had some big news this week. It's Black Hat. It is the week for big news, and this happens to involve CrowdStrike. So can you tell us a little bit about? This is awesome for you guys.
Oh my gosh.
Tell us about your
Can you see how excited I am?
I know, yeah. Well, and I'm sure you got to write all the language too. As a fellow marketer, I'm like, not only is it cool news, but I got to tell the news.
Right. So we announced on Tuesday that we were actually funded by CrowdStrike's Falcon Fund. And this is another extension into our partnership, and there's more news to come around Falcon, which we will be at as well. So be tuned in for that. But it's, on a personal note, I was the first employee in the U.S. here. We've built the whole thing from scratch, and to see a company like CrowdStrike care and to the point that they're giving us money, wow.
It must mean you're not screwing everything up. It's doing at least a few things well, right?
Just at least one, right?
Yeah.
But we actually work very well together. CrowdStrike is bringing in unbelievable telemetry to us, and then we are able to take that data and provide the intent behind it, I think, which is extremely valuable for CrowdStrike customers.
Yeah. And so what do you hope to do with that? How do you hope to see the next year or two evolve as you get this partnership off the ground?
I'm excited to see our co-selling motions and more deeper technical integration. That's what a lot of the investment is going towards, is actually making the integration even more native and more useful for across the enterprise.
Yeah, so I know you guys have a pretty big presence here for a smaller company.
Yep.
It's so tell us about some of the stuff you have going on.
Yeah, so I mentioned we're a chess. Our brand is all chess themed. So we have.
Do you have the chess tables? Is that you? Okay.
So there are two of us here. Our actual brand is chess. The other company is doing that it was a theme for the show. But we do have a little mini chess club, and you can sit there and play chess, and we have magnetic chess boards, and we decided to go big this time because, we are showing up in the industry the way that we need to be, I think. So it's exciting to see.
That's really awesome. So if you were a CISO starting out today, right, and you're building a security team from scratch, what are the first couple things you think about with regard to insider risk as you're starting to set up your program? What are the first couple things you really need to do?
I think you really need to this might sound a little weird, but you really need to take time to get to know your team. So people are your biggest asset, or they are your biggest liability.
Yeah.
And understanding who they are, how they work, and then from there, starting with the policies. I think it's very easy for us nerds to get into the technology and the new shiny tool and whatever, but that's exactly how we have ended up in the thing that we're in, which is a lot of noise and not a whole lot of solutions.
Yeah.
So I'd focus on building the team, and then beyond that, looking at what the landscape is and what is actually useful. There's a lot of shelfware out there.
Yeah.
So what am I paying for? Is it useful? And building from scratch, honestly.
Yeah, getting to know your team's not the easiest thing in a fully remote company.
It's
so
not.
I wonder,
Yeah.
has that also exacerbated this problem? And that
I'm sure.
if somebody's doing weird stuff and sitting in the cube next to you, you can figure it out. But if they're like on their own couch, it's harder.
That's 100%. It's harder to manage, I think, in a lot of ways, and that can be very useful for people, right? I think working from home, especially for like the neurodivergent community, is extremely helpful and wonderful. But yeah, it creates different challenges for a security team.
Being very neurospicy myself, I absolutely agree. Like I've been remote since 2011.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was one of the first remote employees at the bank I worked at, and they had
Before
to
it was
send me
cool.
like a Cisco router, like a hard router to put in my house to be able to access their systems. Yeah, it was cool because they hired me, and then I was like, hey, I'm moving to a ranch on 40 acres in the middle of nowhere, and so you're going to have to try to figure out how to get me secure access to this environment.
That's hilarious and amazing.
Yeah, but it is like working remotely it's a godsend, but it's also a risk, you know, and like you never know when somebody's bouncing between coffee shops and different places, like all the different weird stuff they could be doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And unknowingly, I think one of the biggest things that we see is people creating risk, and they don't realize it. It's somebody out at Black Hat who needs to get something done really quickly, so they go get a new AI tool and don't realize that you're actually putting in proprietary data into a public repo, right? So it's so much of it is accidental or negligence.
Yeah, well, and if you tell AI to optimize for something, it's going to optimize for that thing. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, it's like, humans understand, I shouldn't do this. Like, AI doesn't understand I should or I shouldn't. It just understands I can and I can't.
Yep. Yes, that's a good, I like that. Yeah, that's right.
All right, so what do you have going on the rest of the week?
Yeah, so of course, we're not going for DEF CON, unfortunately. We're just going to go out the rest of the show and continue to have conversations about insider risk. It's been a big topic of conversation on the floor, so it's just more exciting stuff.
That's awesome. Tricia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. This was awesome.
Yeah, you're amazing. Thank you so much for having me.
I know, I was like, we're so
fun.
colorful for people. To learn more about Above Security, you can visit securityweekly.com/AboveBH, like Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from the CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around. We'll be back after the break with more. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is Sean Murphy. He's the Field CISO for North America at F5. Sean, thank you for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. How's your Black Hat experience been so far?
Like drinking from a fire hose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's overwhelming.
It is. Lots of information, lots of presentations, and a lot of things to digest and try to get your head wrapped around.
Yeah, it's always interesting because like companies like to issue press releases and make announcements, and so trying to keep up with what all is going on here, just to know what questions to ask, is really fascinating.
At a top line, I'll say this: one thing that's always comforting about getting with other CISOs and security professionals is to find out how much commonality there is in terms of what we're all facing. So many organizations do not compete on security, and so the information sharing and the collegiality is something that I really enjoy coming to these kind of events and comparing notes.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously one of the big things everybody wants to talk about right now is network vulnerabilities? No, I'm just kidding. We're all talking about
Talent
AI,
shortages?
right? Yeah. So we've had a number of things hit the news over the last several weeks, and I think drawn a pretty stark contrast in terms of both the positives and the negatives of AI, right? So how are you? I assume you're having a lot of customer conversations.
No, that
here.
wasn't something.
No,
AI, not
didn't
AI.
come up at all. No.
No, that is the thing. Everybody is. They've got AI prominently displayed in their product releases, their press releases, their marketing, and their demonstrations in the booth and online. So, yeah, I think everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, generative AI, as well as agentic AI, and how that is exploded. I mean, I think in one sentence. It has accelerated cybersecurity, but it really has become more of a physics issue because the forces and the friction, which actually lack of friction in many cases, are really changing the game for a lot of us. And just trying to stay ahead of that is really becoming difficult. But there's people working on those solutions.
Yeah, and I know at F5 you're focused on frontier models and what those are going to do to change the landscape. And how are you seeing that play out with customers? So you're field CISO, so I assume you spend a lot of time with customers and talking to customers. How is that playing out, and how is it changing things?
I can tell you that I can come at this as a previously operational CISO. Just about 4 to 5 weeks ago, I was in the saddle, in the hot seat, as they say, at a credit union in the Seattle area. So I start out coming at it from that perspective and how frontier AI is changing the conversation within the organizations and the businesses. And so where I really see the frontier AI work going is, first of all, it starts with the vulnerability management, how that is flattening or eliminating the curve between vulnerability identification, exposure, and then exploit. We comforted ourselves in the past that there was maybe 70 days, 700 days between when a vulnerability is identified and when it's actually exploited in the wild. Those days are gone. It's hours now, and it'll only get quicker. What you add to that is whether a vulnerability is critical or whether it's low, the way the frontier models are able to, daisy chain some of these low risk vulnerabilities together to create an aggregated combination of attack that's actually successful and becomes critical. These are parameters we didn't, necessarily work with in risk prioritization up until about 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. It's just that fast. So the physics of it all is just absolutely incredible. Along with that, I see a lot of partnerships. Again, I go back to, in my heart of hearts, I believe many of us do not compete on security. We are all in the same boat, basically, and attack against one is an attack against all. So we all need to kind of collectively put our heads together where it makes sense to solve for this. And there's a large consortium of organizations like F5 that are working together in an open source AI, open weight model type of thing to build out AI guardrails, build out AI red teaming, build out all of the necessary components of tooling that we have to have in place as the defenders of our organization, so that ultimately we can say yes to the business and the strategy, because that's what it's all about. We can't deny by default and block by default. We have to enable the business, and I think cybersecurity is, in leading organizations, cybersecurity is in the best position to help the organization succeed against the factors that we're up against, the forces that we're up against. So I see that, and I'll stop here by saying the last thing I think I see with frontier AI is the combination of agents working with each other. So on the adversary side, that'll happen. On the organizational side, we'll see us putting multiple agents together to work together rather than just a singular agent. And I think that's where we'll see, we're already seeing customers use 5 to 7 models. It's not just one model.
Yeah.
So they're using multiple large language models. They're stringing agents together. I think that's going to be exponentially effective in the future. Again, it's a physics problem.
Yeah.
It's all of that coming together very fast. We haven't seen it before. We're certainly at a turning point in the cybersecurity world.
Yeah, and you guys have even said that you think that vulnerabilities are going to be more important than 0 days and more of a risk. Why is that?
I think it comes in 2 flavors. One is many organizations don't know what they don't know, and so the current scanning capabilities, the current visibility may be limited, and so there's vulnerabilities that they actually just don't know about, and it's that's one thing. The other part of it is, especially going back to the idea of daisy chaining multiple attack sequences together to actually be successful against attacks. If they were singular, they wouldn't be successful. That creates a vulnerability from previously unknown vulnerabilities or unfounded vulnerabilities. So the AI is definitely capable of learning, and because they're relentless, they will not lose.
Yeah.
So they're going to find those daisy chains, they're going to find those attacks, and so a vulnerability that may, like I said, may be a low vulnerability we're not really worried about, we're taking the risk, turns into a very critical vulnerability because there's 5 or 6 known vulnerabilities put together. So the idea that we're going to, we only have to worry about 0 days, that's going away, and I'll stop here. The idea of 0 day is actually a misnomer, in the sense that these agents are finding vulnerabilities before they're published.
Yeah.
So by the time I, as a CISO in my organization, find out there's a vulnerability out there that I've got to patch or do some configuration management, it might be 7 days after the vulnerability is already known by the attackers.
Yeah. And it used to be more difficult because attackers were up against the same thing that companies were. It's like, hey, your tech stack's a mess, and some things are patched and some things aren't. So you'd have to go through them each one by one, trying to figure out where to get in, right? But now you can just say, hey, agent, go look at all of these different things and figure out where the door is that I can get through, or where the series of interconnected little holes are that are not.
What you have just said very well is the fact that the adversaries aren't breaking into the code, they're not breaking into the organization, they are logging in.
Yeah.
And so with credentials, with valid tokens, they're able to do a lot of that stuff. And guess what? Our tools, our traditional tools, don't necessarily alert on authorized individuals doing authorized things. We don't measure against intent. And so, again, at F5 and others, we're working on putting in place the tool sets that do the probabilistic behavioral analysis on the API, so that we can determine intent and have like a zero trust type of architecture in place, so that if an API is doing something we didn't intend it to do, we know that.
Yeah.
Which otherwise wouldn't be caught.
Yeah. So what is that conversation? So if you're sitting down with a customer CISO and they're like, hey, we're trying to get our head around, like, we want to enable the sales team or the marketing team or some part of the organization to use agents, what are the first couple things that you tell them to think about or to put in place?
Generally speaking, it's visibility, it's governance. That's where it starts. If that's vendor agnostic, but all CISOs know that we have to start with knowing what's in the inventory, where the data is coming from, where the APIs live, and what they're doing, and then I move to a governance model, and I start with insisting on somebody's accountable for that API or that AI agent by name in the CMDB. We've got people that are absolutely accountable for what that agent does, what that agent doesn't do, and when that agent makes a decision and it's not a good decision, for whatever reason, maybe it's a credit risk, rejection that's biased. When that happens, somebody has to be the accountable party to not in a punishment kind of way, but just somebody's got to feel responsible, because the default position will be the CISO, and if I leave with any messaging here today, I really would want to say that the CISO can't be the default owner of all the agents and the shadow AI. No, because it's bad enough the responsibility that's laid at the CISO's feet today. And I think those of us that have sat in the saddle realize that it's a pressure cooker, and some of it's great. Love being at the tip of the spear, but the other side of the coin is. We need to make sure that there's a shared responsibility, a shared accountability, especially in this governance model for AI, so that the business case to use agent AI are solid. The accountability is by name to somebody, and the permissions and the roles of the agent are built into the same identity structure that we're using for people.
Yeah, so one of the things that I think we complain about a lot on Enterprise Security Weekly is just that most organizations have no idea how data actually flows through the organization.
Yeah.
And with AI, you have agents, and now they can, their ability to create data and to send it places and store it places is kind of accelerating that problem. Do you see organizations now making meaningful strides in that direction because there's additional risk? Do you think, and I guess I'm asking, do you think the implementation of AI is going to make it imperative that organizations do that, or do you think we're still just going to have orgs that are like, we hope we know, but we're not sure?
The sad, maybe cynical answer to that is yes and yes.
Yeah.
But if you judge from what is going on here at Black Hat, there is definitely a view towards, it's still about the data. They're the crown jewels. That's the crown jewels. So knowing where your data is, knowing where it's going, it's again exponentially, being exacerbated by the use of APIs that, like as you say, are doing things autonomously. They're authorized to do it. So, but we have to map that all out and have visibility into it. I don't think the burden will lessen on organizations. I think the regulators will start to catch up to what's going on, and negligence or not knowing is not going to be an excuse. So you're already seeing some of the state and European laws changing to build in AI. We're seeing the SEC filings include AI as a significant risk in their disclosure statements, and so I think it's an evolving precipice that we're standing over, looking into.
Yeah. So, what do you want customers to come to the F5 booth and ask you?
How can I find all the APIs, the AIs, the models? How can I find it, see it, monitor it, and in cases that matter, how can I remediate those on the fly and not hold up the business, not increase the coefficient of friction? I'm trying to keep a physics theme going here.
Security is so often the department of no, and I feel like right now, if you can't be the department of let's get to yes, people are just going to go around you. And
You're
that's
exactly right.
You can't keep somebody from exfiltrating data this way, right? They're like, oh, they won't let me do it on my laptop, so I'm just going to get on my phone.
I had a conversation with somebody yesterday that outlined that exactly. Yeah. Claude is not allowed in their organization on their work assets, so they just use their personal computer and cut and paste.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if people have employees doing that, you should come talk to F5 and give your employees better ways to do risky things safely. Right?
Yeah, I do want to be on the record to say people don't necessarily do that maliciously, but like you said,
No, it's
if you put the block in the way, they're smart enough to find a way to go around it, and usually it's just to get the work done.
Yeah.
So.
And like I think that's the hardest thing is that sometimes the worst problems start with the best of intentions, right?
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
All right. Well, Sean, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, this is great. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
To learn more about F5, visit securityweekly.com/F5BH, like Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from the CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. And stick around. We'll be back with more after the break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Brett Stone-Gross, Senior Director of Threat Intelligence at Zscaler. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So I've been talking at least all day this morning, all day yesterday about artificial intelligence, AI agents, LLMs, but that sort of leaves out the humans. And I thank you for being a human here to talk with me. And one of the topics here too is ransomware phishing, still very much directed towards humans. And you've got some interesting insights about that with some recent research. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's right. So, today we're releasing a blog and some information about the actual victims of ransomware attacks. So, normally, like you hear about the companies, you hear about the amount of money that companies are paying ransoms, but you don't hear much about the actual victims themselves. And like you said, these are very human attacks. There's a human person, a human threat actor that's targeting specific people at companies. And this information that we're releasing today is kind of, I think, very insightful into, they're not randomly going after people at businesses, they're going after very specific people and specific roles.
Yeah.
And like what we found is 62% of the people were manager levels or higher, so directors, vice presidents, and even C-level executives. And the reason for that is likely for access. They want to get access to important data that they can use to extort the business, and they also want to leverage that access to gain access to additional systems in the organization where they can then potentially deploy file encryption and ransomware itself.
Yeah, and it's very, as you're saying, it's very deliberate targeting because ransomware, it says it right in the name, right? There's a goal there to get some money out of the victim, whether it's encrypting all their data, threatening to release data, et cetera. And it sounds like knowing who they're targeting hopefully can turn into better countermeasures too.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I think this is true. It's not just here's a senior director, here's a senior executive, and we need to sit them down for an extra 15 minutes of security awareness training. Probably controls are a little bit more sophisticated than that.
Yeah, so in our blog that we released today, we have some recommendations. So that includes, of course, making sure that you don't provide people with access they don't necessarily need.
Yeah.
And there are, of course, people that are non-managers that they go after as well. So, for example, they went after an executive assistant to a CFO. And one of the things we did is we broke down by departments of what department these victims are working in. And we found, as not terribly surprising, but accounting and finance was number one. And
money.
Exactly, yes. Exactly. So they see money and they go after the money, and we see that like with the roles they go after. And one of the things that we also looked at was kind of the age ranges of the victims as well.
Oh, interesting.
So I think people probably would generally think, oh, it's got to be like the people who are much older. They fall for these scams. But the actual average age was 46.
Okay.
So kind of that Gen X generation.
Yep.
And we think that's associated with the titles. They're going after, of course, people with privilege and access more senior. So you're going to have naturally people that are a little bit older than the younger generations.
Yeah. So I guess, but as a true Gen X, bringing truth to the Rickroll, right? So there's the ones who appreciate that. But I think one of the things that I'm glad you haven't said is there's not a sense here of blaming the user. It's the humans are clicking on this, but there's something about processes, there's something about technology that's failing them. So it's good to know who's being targeted to figure out why is there a failure there. There's the reason behind that's where money, but even with like an EA or you're talking about senior execs with too much privilege, overprivilege, are there insights you also gained into better ways of what a good control looks like?
Yeah.
What are some good countermeasures that aren't terrible to
So
to,
what
to
we're
get
seeing
into?
is kind of a trend that started about 2 years ago, and it's been really kind of been steady since, is a lot of these attacks, they start off with, they spam a particular target, particular person they want to hack. And they fill their inbox with a bunch of garbage, and then what they do is they send them a message, usually on software that's already installed, like Microsoft Teams, that a lot of businesses use. And they say, hey, I'm so-and-so from your IT department, And of course, it's very easy to go on LinkedIn or other sites and identify real names of the people in their IT department that they work with.
Yeah.
So they say, hey, I'm so-and-so from your IT department. I see you're getting a lot of spam. They're like, yes, I'm getting spam.
Yeah. Make it stop.
So exactly. So a lot of these people, and also if you're kind of a senior leader, you're busy. You don't have time to do all these things. So someone's offering you help. You're like, oh yeah, here's everything you need. And essentially what they're doing is they're giving them remote access, and then they do some charades, and they're installing malware on the victim system.
Yeah.
And from there, of course, they're stealing data and trying to move laterally and compromise the entire organization.
Now, in this research, have you also seen what has been either a successful detection point when the attacker is finally identified, or something that's been really helpful about have this type of visibility, this type of monitoring, and that is a great way to get a little bit in front of it before the malware becomes too bad?
Yeah, so in our recommendations section, you can find some of these things, like, for example, not allowing external messages on Teams and Slack, number one. And what they do is they generally register on Azure, Microsoft Azure. They could register a domain name that looks like it's a help desk related IT.
Just a very close
domain.
Misspelling, or just that very generic.
Exactly. So by blocking those external messages, that's just step one. Then you have all sorts of ways you can monitor the endpoint with EDR software, through network monitoring to make sure you see any malicious traffic coming through, by having DLP to make sure nothing's going out the back door, by having a sandbox where you're detonating potentially malware samples and flagging them before it's actually run on a system. So there's all sorts of different layers that you can add to protect yourself.
Now, one of the things is, as you're describing, for example, sort of that spam situation where someone from IT comes, let me help you with this, even though they also created the problem. Technically, security isn't creating the problem unless they're creating a really bad user experience for authentication, for whatever the security tools are. Hopefully the security team is coming out, let us help you. How have you seen either positive or negative ways of that type of outreach that's been more useful, or even ways that are kind of don't do this, here's a bad anecdote?
Yeah, so generally IT teams are not reaching out to you when you have a problem because they're not monitoring oh, you're getting spam, let me help you.
Right.
So that should be a red flag. Obviously things like sense of urgency, oh, you need to solve this immediately. There are certain things that pressure people to act irrationally, and they're very effective. What we've seen is a lot of these threat actors, they go after businesses, but they don't go after just one person at that company. They to increase their chances, they go after multiple people. So we saw this group hit more than a dozen people at more than a dozen companies. They hit multiple people at the same company. So they try to
play the odds, right?
Yeah,
we're in Vegas. Yeah.
So if you go after 3 and you get 2 or you get 1, that's all you need.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of those techniques you're describing, like that psychological pressure, those are very similar to techniques here, and speaking of Vegas, like cold reading or mentalists that are using just what are some default behaviors, default expectations that people have, and it sucks that that's being exploited.
Yeah.
And I wonder then, was there something else in your research that surprised you about that though? Or that saw oh, we didn't think that this would be either a type of weakness or a type of user being targeted?
So I think a lot of it boils down to that, when you usually have security trainings, a lot of it is focused on almost legacy attacks. Sometimes the trainings are a little bit behind what's actually happening.
Don't click on this link.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have trainings about phishing, and if you get a suspicious email, here's how to check if it's suspicious, and you don't have that trainings about, hey, if you get a bunch of spam and somebody calls you on Microsoft Teams, you should not answer it. So it is that cat and mouse game where sometimes the trainings are a little bit behind the reality, and they take advantage of that. And the threat actors are very good at pivoting to different techniques and techniques that work. And this technique is very effective. We've seen them use this for the last couple of years. And they continue to do it because it is so effective. Yeah,
and even to your point, a business email compromise is, here is a third-party supplier, what have you, their email's compromised. So here's a legitimate source of email with a very non-legitimate type of content that says, oh, by the way, for this one time, you need to send us this $50,000 to this one other bank account. But if I'm remember my security awareness training, oh, the email address looks right, the domain looks right. So what are Do you have ways of, is that a user education problem? Is that a tool problem? What are effective ways to try and solve that?
Yeah, so a lot of the problems we have are human-driven problems.
Right.
And I think as AI becomes more adopted, we'll have more AI problems.
Get rid of the humans and no problems, or
Well, you're gonna have AI problems.
AI problems. Okay, fair.
And like you read about some of the AI problems, and most of them are, of course, there was recent reporting around OpenAI and Anthropic's models going haywire. But imagine like if you start putting AI in positions of access. Well, now they're going to be targeted, and one of the things, and we've put out some information about this, is now things like indirect prompt injection is becoming experimented with, where we saw like websites are specifically set up so when AI bots go on those sites, they're manipulated in terms of what they do, and we'll definitely see a lot more of that.
Yeah, and that's what's wild to me is that prompt injection, whether it's direct prompt injection, could just be the email says, hey, by the way, send me your secrets. Or indirect, here's the image that has some text that, hey, the LLM just says, I'll interpret this. Why not? Yeah. It's something to do. That feels wild to me that people are putting so much trust into LLMs to handle these types of sensitive areas. And I guess there's no real question there. It's more of a comment than a question. So let me throw it back over to you about, have you seen that AI exacerbate existing problems now that existing solutions can already handle, or kind of what you were alluding to with the indirect prompt injection, clients, customers, organizations need to think about new tools for this whole growing AI problem? What does that look like?
It's a combination of things. So, in terms of new tooling, there will need to be new security tooling to protect against AI, itself. And then, in terms of current threats, a lot of threat actors, of course, just like us, are using AI to make, their, lures more, effective. And, like, instead of having, maybe you would get an email that would be like, I can't even understand this. Like, clearly it's bogus. But now we have perfect English in or whatever the language they're targeting could be. Right. Any language at this point that it's very fluent.
Yeah, that stilted grammar is no longer the easy tell of just like nope, delete, ignore.
Yeah, and the threat actors are also using AI to write code for them. So it might have took them a week to write some software. Maybe now it takes them a day. Yeah. So there's definitely efficiency gains. It's a double-edged sword. It helps them, it helps us, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah. The cat and mouse is the easy cliche to go for. Now, this research you were looking at is interesting in the sense of just who's being targeted, because I want to hope that helps security teams figure out where do I direct my budget or attention to help the people who need it the most.
Yeah.
Are there do you have some other ideas of research? What's out there appealing to you for like the second half of 2026?
Yeah, so like beyond just the accounting finance departments, what we noticed was a trend of generally non-technical roles. Oh, okay. So we saw sales was number 2. We saw operations 3, HR 4, and marketing 5. And combined those 5 departments alone was more than 75% of the victims. So it also tells you they're going after people that are generally less technical, and they get this message. So, okay, my IT's here to help me. Great,
Or their whole job is to deal with messages, right? Yeah. Like they can't ignore email or ignore chats. Yeah. They're not designed to do that.
Yeah. And they of course go after people who have access to like billing information or purchasing departments, and it makes sense, to go where the money's at, and they're quite effective at that.
It's funny. It's almost like the ransomware attackers are doing better job of threat modeling their targets than the targets are themselves.
They are very effective, and we have put out a number of research over the years in terms of how much money some of these groups have made, and a couple years ago we reported that there was one group that hit a specific large company with a $75 million payment. Just one company. Wow. And so that shows you how effective and how much money is involved in these attacks.
Yeah, that even if they're sending out 1,000 emails, that's a pretty decent ROI to get some success out of that. Oh my gosh. Then what appeals to you, or how many fake emails have you been getting? How do you protect yourself in this world?
So I get obviously tons of spam, but not just from the bad guys. I get a lot of spam from marketing and salespeople. So like there's a number of ways to protect yourself. One is like you have to obviously look at the content. There's ways of checking, the email headers. Some of these are probably a little bit more technical than most people would follow, but there are definitely indicators where you can identify whether a message is obviously legitimate. But there are also exceptions to that. For example, if they get into your company, they could use that person's email account to send email to anyone else in the company. So they can use that, of course, for leverage or for gaining more access. And
it's going to have valid headers, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can get as
and that will
technical
be
as
a
you want,
legitimate
but,
email from the real sender account.
Yes, yes. Well, we're going to see more of, people can find out that more details about your research on today's blog post, right? You're releasing that today?
That's correct.
Awesome. So look forward to that today, and look forward to seeing what you come up with for next year as well. Especially more AI targeted.
Yeah, we'll be releasing a ransomware report that contains the information that we presented today with some additional information as well. And there's some additional statistics we hope to release with that report as well, which are really interesting that I hope we get to release with that content
awesome.
as well.
Well, you gave us a couple interesting tidbits already this couple 15 minutes, so thanks so much, Brad.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Thanks everyone for joining us. To learn more about Zscaler, visit securityweekly.com/zscalerbh. For all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/blackhat. And stick around, we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, I think. And joining me today is Ellen Bames. She's the Senior Vice President for Strategy and AI Innovation at Keyfactor. Welcome, Ellen.
Hi.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
How was your Black Hat experience so far?
It's been great.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of activity, a lot of conversations, and I'm really excited to talk to you.
Did you get out to the show floor to get overstimulated?
Yes. And then I have to retreat to
Yeah.
our lounge and, eat chips for lunch and all that.
Yeah.
But that's the whole conference experience.
Yeah,
So.
we have the little, the Hershey Nuggets, which are my favorite, the ones that have, the toffee in them in our little conference room. So same thing, I hide in there for half an hour or so and eat those and, decompress. There's just so much noise on the show floor, from every direction.
But good noise, lots of good conversations happening.
Yeah.
I've been talking about post-quantum cryptography and agentic AI, so it's been great.
Yeah. I've gone down a couple cryptography rabbit holes the last several months, just trying to understand kind of quantum computing and what that means for, steal now, decrypt later, and things like that.
Yeah.
And I think we're actually going to talk about something that's really interesting because there are a lot of different theories on how to do this, but it's identity for agents, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a really interesting topic because, watching how it's evolved over the last, probably 2 years,
Yeah.
we've been talking about agentic AI. So it's what do you do when you have machines that can do human-type things with human-type access? And how do you handle those? So how do you think about that in your role in terms of, if you're trying to innovate, how enterprises should be thinking about those kind of identities?
Yeah. So we have been, again, following this for the past couple years as well. I think last year we even talked about it with you. And our perspective as a trust infrastructure company is really about thinking of these agents as another workload that is coming into the space. And I've heard numbers about there's more non-human identities and machine identities to the order of 50 to 1 versus human identities currently now in enterprises. That's only going to grow as AI is adopted more rapidly and people see the benefits of creating their own agents because they can have them learn, have them think, have them do, and we don't have to be involved. And then that's where you get that extra level of efficiency. But if we are giving these agents that power, we have to first be able to authenticate them and say, this is who you are. It's tied to a root of trust that is tied to my company, so I know that I can trust it. It's like when you have a new employee or an intern come in, you want to give them that identity and say, yes, I know who you are, I've validated who you are, okay, now you're in the system. And then what can we do? Then we're gonna put some controls around that and some verification around that. But it really does all start with identity. And that's sort of been our approach to the challenge of where to start is let's use a certificate-based identity. Let's also look at some open standard frameworks such as SPIFFE to be able to help with the provisioning of that. We recently acquired a company, announced the intent to acquire Cofide, which is a workload identity management solution, and we're building that into our platform to help with this challenge of managing all these non-human identity pieces.
And what are the benefits of bringing the identity piece to the workload?
So we need something that is dynamic, that can be modified over time, can be revoked when we see something going rogue or acting the wrong way, or when it's done with its intended purpose. And so using a certificate-based identity is a very dynamic way to do that versus a static token or a key that could be stolen and used later or could be weak and not as strong as using an asymmetric certificate. So that's why attaching an cert-based identity to a workload is we've done this in the enterprise for decades. PKI is a very solid way to build digital infrastructure, and cryptography just underpins all of the things that run our businesses, and it's worked. I don't think we haven't talked a lot about it because it hasn't broken, and it's sort of running under the covers. And so again, it's a solid way to be encrypting and and authenticating using certificates.
Yeah, and you guys talk a lot about moving from possession-based access to verified identity.
Yes.
So for people who aren't familiar, can you explain what possession-based access is and what the difference is?
So possession-based is, okay, if I have it, then I am allowed to do something with it. Or, again, I stole a token, I possess it now, I'm going to use it to get into something, versus verified identity, which is I have validated this certificate came from, that is tied to this agent or this workload, came from a trusted source, this root of trust that I created because it's my business root of trust. You can verify that. And then if it doesn't check out, then okay, no access. So it's that next level of authentication and verification that is the underpinning of what we provide. And it's just the best way to be able to protect against what could happen in the future when, again, these agents start trying to go outside of their sandbox, which we've heard stories about, and detect things and look for things and then learn, oh, this might be interesting. We can't control that. So, well, we put bounds around it, but that's why, what is it? What's the identity of it? Can we have that be a very ephemeral, short-lived type thing? So then it's very, very constrained. And if we have the capability with our technology to get down to that discrete, just-in-time, environment, then I think that up-levels our security posture overall.
Yeah. And what role does cryptography play in that?
So cryptography being the encryption algorithms that are used to create the overall encrypted connection is, so you mentioned PQC earlier. We currently use a certain pretty solid cryptographic algorithms to secure all of our systems today, that being RSA or ECC, for example. And that encryption is using the best math and algorithms that we knew at the time. Mm-hmm. I think what we've been working on in the cryptography community is how do we up-level that math to be able to have stronger crypto that is post-quantum resistant, okay? Mm-hmm. So this is this PQC transition. So we're still talking about using certificates. It's just the underlying encryption should be leveraging a better algorithm that is stronger to counteract against what we're going to the powers that these post-quantum cryptographically relevant computers will be able to do in terms of breaking that encryption. And we think that's going to happen soon. So that's a whole another conversation that we can have. But I think it's becoming more relevant. We had the recent executive orders from the U.S. talking about how agencies have to start putting plans in place for PQC transition readiness. And I think the AI agent conversation that we're having is a force that is driving that conversation and leveling it up in terms of priority, because now we have this other set of things, software pieces, agents that are then able to try to attack our systems, try to break this cryptography, try to understand, is this algorithm that NIST has presented actually really strong? So if we can imagine these things happening, then agents could be trying to do them. So.
Yeah. So and I'm going to ask your opinion. I've read everything from quantum computing is obviously becoming more viable. It can do rudimentary things, but I've seen everything from it'll be more commercially widespread available in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years. Where do you feel like we land on that? Because I am asking this because like I said, I went down a rabbit hole with a friend who's a cryptographer, and I was like, realistically, is this going to, are people really going to be able to just quantum break into and he was like, well, no, and then he started explaining the steal now, decrypt later, and he's like, are they going to be using it for brute force? No, probably not anytime soon, but in very targeted ways. That's not the problem as brute force, is it's like you can steal very specific things and then decrypt them later. So do you think that's a 1 or 2 years out?
Well, I think we've heard projections and estimates for 2029, 2030. I think that date whether it's that year or whether it's even earlier or a year later, it almost doesn't matter. That is within like the near term horizon. You know how fast like this year goes and next year goes. It's like we have to plan for these things because we're talking about an entire underpinning of the digital interactions inside our companies. There's so many crypto assets that some people don't even know exist and need to be discovered, and then put context around what that asset is connected to, what's it encrypting, what sort of systems and applications and will break if something happens with that. So there's a whole big planning cycle that we need to do to actually be post-quantum crypto ready. So let's say it is 2029. I think that probably is realistic given what I've heard. We got to stop thinking about when it's going to happen, and now just let's do the planning and let's start with the discovery, put the business context around it, and create a prioritization for the highest value, either assets or business processes that can't go down because they're things that run your company or protect, there's confidentiality in certain data that you need to protect. That probably should be a higher level sort of prioritization in terms of migration. And then just make sure you have the whole business involved because like I said, cryptography usually just works and it's secret and it's behind the scenes. And until you level it up and you make it a business continuity problem, it's going to be hard to get everybody on board to say, yeah, I'm gonna get behind this and fund this. But it's a real thing. It's going to impact our business, whether it's 2029, 2030. That's coming here soon. So let's start planning.
Yeah. And when you're talking to CISOs and they're asking like, all right, if I'm going to start deploying agents and I want to make sure that I've got the identity right and I want to make sure that we're building things correctly from the ground up, what does that look like? What are the first few things I need to do if I'm trying to do this correctly?
Yeah, so I think it's around understanding if you're going to do an AI agent framework, are you building it yourself? If so, are you giving it an identity so that you can verify that? And making sure that that's dynamic or short-lived or at least bound in some sort of way. And then also secondly is you're going to, if the agent is getting directions or instructions or prompts, can you sign that prompt to then have the agent verify the origin and authenticity of that directive before just doing it? So that's like another layer of security. So I think there's identity, there's signing, there's pieces like that we have used in modern enterprises for a while that now we're extending into agentic AI. Let's understand what those are, how you can apply them, have it tied back to your existing PKI and your trust infrastructure. So again, you have that chain of trust that is real.
Yeah, and it almost seems like because people like to anthropomorphize AI, like it keeps them from realizing that these are workloads and that it's not a robot doing it's literally just Python code, right? And like a lot of it is just Python and vector databases, but it's doing things that need to be controlled. And I've had that conversation a couple times in the last few days, is that like humans understand should and shouldn't. AI only understands can and can't. And so you can't rely on it not doing things it shouldn't because it doesn't know what that means,
exactly.
right? So there's not the same boundaries. Yeah.
Yes.
So looking forward to next year, like what do you feel like the next year is going to look like for Key Factor in terms of where you're building, what you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah. So the biggest thing that we're working on is with our customers having this trust control plane to manage all of the cryptography, all of the underlying very important pieces that run our enterprise, and having that be able to be operationalized in a more continuous manner, leveraging continuous discovery of new things, new crypto assets, putting context around them, having an automated process to remediate or reissue or reprovision a stronger certificate in the event you need to migrate over to PQC, and then having the right sort of governance around all of these pieces. So it's less of us thinking of solving an instantaneous problem, like I have an outage and I need to rotate a cert. That's a very discrete thing. We're moving more towards that mindset of it's a continuous business. operational problem, and you have to make sure that your trusted infrastructure is solid and robust and dynamic, because we're going to continue to have these emerging use cases like, again, AI agents as a new type of workload. What next year, maybe it'll be another thing. AI is rapidly growing so much. It's been hard to anticipate the adoption of it and how people will actually use it, but the point is they are going to be using it. So we need to be educating and bringing in security best practices to make sure that we are doing it in the right way. We're controlling these agents and we're giving them these identities that allow us to have some sort of semblance around how we can control what they do.
Yeah, hopefully, right? Hopefully. Awesome. Well, Ellen, thank you so much for being here. This was awesome. It's always really interesting to hear from people who are doing like the cool work and on the front edge of these things, how they think about it.
Yeah, it's great. Everyone's doing a lot of cool work, but I'm glad to be part of this. So thank you so much for the conversation.
To learn more about Key Factor, visit securityweekly.com/keyfactorbh, or I think it's actually just Factor BH. Yes, it's just Factor BH. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around. We'll be back right after this break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Josh Davis, security strategist might be, there's a lot of problems to straddle.
It's not inaccurate for what I actually do, yeah. Straddle a lot of different solutions.
Straddle a lot of different solutions. But you've also been straddling perhaps different seats, let's say. I'm going to run with that metaphor in a sense of solutions, but also research, seeing just what are the bad things going on there.
Yeah.
And there is a new acronym I wasn't aware of, FIRE. Tell us what FIRE stands for. That's probably more interesting what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is a young threat intelligence identity. I mean, everyone knows the Unit 42s of the world and Cisco Taluses and all that. So it's Fortra's representation or identity for the intelligence and research they're able to put out. So FIRE stands for Fortra Intelligence and Research Experts, and we're gonna have some fun with the kind of flames and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we've had Fortra has a lot of established security solutions that are probably maybe even people will know who've been in the industry for a while, like Tripwire, Gari, Fish Labs, Cobalt Strike, and so we have a lot of great research that is done to drive those products forward, and then FIRE is really about unifying across those, have a single way to represent the research that we're doing and share it with this community so that everyone can be better off for the things that we're seeing in the field.
Well, let's see how many puns we get. So let's light a match and give us an example of what some of that research looks like. Well, what's a particular topic that you found really interesting?
Yeah, so because we're on a podcast, I thought I'd select someone who's a little bit more accessible. So I'm focusing more on the kind of social engineering element. So kind of phishing and techniques we're seeing around that. One of the themes we're really seeing is that kind of abuse of trust. I think it's that classic cat and mouse game.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
Really.
How are we taught to look out for phishing, and then how can we kind of abuse those teachings, or how do we block traditional ways of delivering credential harvesters, or it almost always is credential compromise they're going for, and try and circumvent that. So like calendar phishing is not necessarily a new technique that we've seen, but we've seen it used in a really interesting and kind of new way that has been quite successful in some instances at getting those credentials.
And that's what's fun about that is that calendar phishing represents some creative thinking, because normally, as an external attacker, how do I get in front of someone's attention? And it's email. And all of our security awareness trainings, and especially with October Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we tell people to sit through this PowerPoint slide to understand what a bad email looks like, and then a calendar invite comes in. So that's a little bit creative. And so what does, how, you said it wasn't necessarily new, but it's still creative. Tell us a little bit more about how that works, or what the consequences.
Using the calendar to deliver the alert isn't necessarily new. I think about 10 years ago, you'll see some of that with iCal. But the way they're doing it now, it's kind of had a resurgence, and it's like sometimes attackers will revisit old techniques and almost entirely revamp how they're performing, because I guess defenders or even employees just get less familiar with them, they're less aware. But yeah, as you said, you get so many emails these days. I confess I don't read them all, but if someone hits my calendar, usually that's a call to action. I've got to do something. I've got to be prepared for it. So actually, yes, bypassing the email and having it appear directly in the calendar, because the email will automatically render it. That's how our invites work. And you might see it there. Sometimes they're saying, hey, urgent domain expiry, which is more the classic, hey, call to action. But sometimes it's things like asking for a sales demo. And we even see those being forwarded on to the sellers, so they actually then come from an employee's, a legitimate employee's address.
It's almost a laundering trust, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's they're trying to get the user not to question the source, but to trust the workflow. And sometimes you get that 50 minutes alert pops up in your Outlook, and you click on that invite. That's when you'll then see the kind of the fish will start to render in the invite itself. So it's also bypassing things like browser security controls. So that's a huge attack vector. There's a lot of solutions out there to read the HTML and block phishing in the browser. That they can't see the invite. So we're kind of meeting the user where they are, and again relying on some elements of haste and impetus to get them to then give up credentials, follow a consent fix style workflow.
And indeed, it makes me think of a smoke screen that the phishers are setting up. So I'm going to see how many more puns I can squeeze in here. But now,
the fire will clear the smoke. Does that work? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah. Well, we'll pour some water on that one. Let's come back to that. But so that was like human trust that's being exploited. But I'm sure your research is covering quite a bit of very clever actors or different types of threats and maybe things that aren't as universal obvious, but subtle that get through attacks. What are some other interesting things that you've seen that has stood out to you as a bit of a surprise, perhaps?
Sure. So I think some of the trends we're seeing is a decline overall in phishing kits that are put out there, but the ones we do see tend to be a lot more sophisticated. I think this is probably due to AI being able to build a lot of these kind of web pages for you. You can literally say, make a login page that looks like one of the most popular login pages in the world, and it's there.
It's there.
And then you can control where those details go. So traditional phish kits which did that kind of web builder part, are less needed, I guess, because they do it themselves. But then when we do see them now, they tend to be a lot more sophisticated. And where we used to see them kind of go out to the kind of criminal marketplace and you could rent it or buy it off someone, we're actually seeing much more sophisticated kits be created for individual campaigns, individual threat actors. So it's the classic AIs given efficiencies that then they can focus elsewhere. So Rat Presto was one that we kind of identified ourselves, which was abusing legitimate remote access software, so like Screen Connect, the Team Viewer, there's loads of them, as the command and control beacon, and actually then we've seen other ones that have a huge emphasis put on obfuscation to really make it difficult for controls to analyze that or sandbox it, or even our researchers are spending a lot of time trying to go through the different layers of obfuscation to be able to even work out what it is we could possibly trigger on, or whether it is indeed malicious or not. So they're making our lives a lot more difficult.
I also wonder, how much are they making your lives difficult versus they don't want their competitors to deobfuscate and steal the other
that's a good point as well, particularly if you're going to operate in that phish kit as a service type of thing.
Exactly.
You don't want it to be stolen.
No. But what's interesting there too is kind of like mentioning the rats. Obviously, there is some degree of, it's supposed to be a legitimate tool to help someone debug, or what are you looking at, or when I click here, it's not working, and some like IT says, well, what are you actually clicking here? Have you seen that those types of tools also be more focused even on the security industry or their security realm, in the sense of here's a security tool or here's a security workflow that's being subverted in some way?
I don't think of any exact examples of that as such, but if I think of, I come from a defensive background. I used to be a SOC analyst, and what I really identify in these campaigns is how challenging it would be for me to sift through the data, especially if I have a legitimate use case for Screen Connect or something. My IT might use it, so then it makes it really hard to find the actual kind of breadcrumbs that I need to identify what has gone wrong. And the longer they can delay my forensic investigation and my cleanup, the longer they have access to those credentials to actually use them to start furthering their objectives, logging in and very stealthily doing whatever it is they want to do, usually some form of data exfiltration.
Which I guess, at least on the one hand, doing the research that you do, you don't have that time pressure of needing to immediately, as part of an incident response, figure out to react and get the attacker off the network. But with that said, what are the areas of research that are interesting to you right now? Is there a particular trend coming out of 2026 that you want to pick up more?
Yes, there really is. So we're starting to see these more innocuous laws. So it kind of goes back to what I was saying at the beginning. The first one was like, hey, urgent domain renewal needs update. That's the kind of call to action.
Very
urgency.
pressure, do something.
So those send alarm bells in our heads. What we've now seen a lot more of is, in the style of like a romance scammer, it's kind of like, hey, how are you? Like beginning that conversation, and then starting to build up rapport or trust and going back and forth, rather than going for the kind of knockout blow straight away. They will spend a lot more time in actually building some sort of relationship before they then do go for whatever the objective might be. Now, I think this is something we've only really been able to identify as we've gotten more efficient in our own pipelines with our own analysis, kind of categorizing what's definitely malicious. These things probably were overlooked before as maybe just spam or as nothing, as benign, because they actually have nothing malicious in them at that first instance. But so we're actually trying to identify these instances and begin the conversations with them to try and learn the patterns, see, is this a person on the other side, or is it a kind of chatbot? If so, can I waste their time and their tokens? But that's when hopefully by the end of the year I'll have something more to share on you, because we're actually pulling that thread, and I think it's a trend that is probably been going on for a while, but is it's not the most obvious thing people to focus on and analyze. So there's not a huge amount of data out there.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, because I mean, one of the cliche comments coming from the AppSec world, like I do, is all of your defenses, your countermeasures are trying to raise the attacker cost. But if you can make them spend tokens, that's a very obvious finally point of it, like measuring that cost. That would be fun.
No, definitely. And I think you've always seen those where you try and make them go into an infinite logic loop, and that's some great YouTube videos of that.
Yes.
But if it's people as well, I wonder what that tells us about. Right? Are more people? We've gone from the scam call centers, and now they're being put onto low and slow email. Are we actually seeing a shift in that style of less sophisticated or technical attacker who's just got more time to build relationship, build trust, and then they hand over to the real cyber criminal with the real technical chops.
And it's still essentially the same goal that they're going for. They're just trying to evade what the current state of the art is or what the current focus is on controls or countermeasures. Because as you said, that sort of romance style emails delivery, it's just natural language, just being friendly. There's no obvious problem there. That's what's interesting.
Exactly that. It barely ever gets flagged. People sometimes just move it straight to spam, or sometimes just ignore it. And even if they do start responding, it does start to turn malicious. Sometimes if you analyze the chain altogether, then actually that could easily be missed as well by some sort of automated tooling. It needs a person to kind of have that time to check it, review it, follow it through. So I'll be interested to see what we kind of find from pulling that thread.
Are there ways that people can participate or help with this research? Should they just send you lots of emails? Is that helpful?
Well, I mean, we love collaboration. The whole kind of purpose of Fire really is to share the indicators that we have. Sometimes it's just a few artifacts we put in there as kind of things for you to look for. And so if you can search those, I used to do that as a SOC analyst. What's this? It's unusual. I'd search it and bang, there all this write-up is, and I learned so much more, and I can kind of trigger off that. So, yes, in that spirit, we're putting this out there. If you have something you think that corroborates or complements some of our research, send it over to us, because this is about us facing a common enemy. It's not about holding on to everything as proprietary threat intelligence. I'm a big advocate of collective defense, and it's not just your problem or my problem, it's all of our problem, and every time they win, they get more sophisticated. I think the ransomware Hydra is a great example of that, and paying the ransomwares, we'll go down there, but let's, if people want to help and reach out, I don't know what that form will look like, but we're always looking for opportunities to collaborate.
No, that'd be wonderful, because it feels very much like, why not just embrace the community to help the community both learn, as well as say, here's this weird new technique that's been targeting me. Has anyone else see this? If no, that's just great to learn from and start to educate.
Absolutely, and we take the research that we have to ISACs as well and kind of share, and then they get opportunity for companies to ask questions about it and share what they're seeing. We put it out as blogs, we do content like this, so it's all about pushing this out there and being part of that community discussion, because there's so many great security companies that do stuff like this, and the more we do it, the more we burn through the DTPs that are being used by the attackers, and force them to have to recycle, which, as you know, the agility that attackers are afforded now is even more important than ever. The pyramid of pain is still a good principle, but it's probably less painful than it used to be to have to reimagine those capabilities. So we need to get better and quicker.
And that's what makes me wonder. This is a little bit kind of repeating the question, but I'm going to phrase this a different way, because you're talking about maybe cycles of how these attacks looks like, or the romance scam. You had a name for it. It's just that it was being applied in a different area or different controls. Is AI, LLMs, are these introducing something that's new that surprises you, or is it more of a kind of a scaling factor here?
I'd certainly say it's more of the scaling factor when it comes to the attacks that we're seeing leveraged at us. I mean, if we talk about attacking AI, that's a whole different conversation. The attack service has exploded, and that's different conversation. As it is, if we stick to just the phishing of things coming in, it's the increase of efficiency. It's being able to do this at scale. It's being able to create those websites with that very little expertise, and they look almost exactly like how you'd expect. And flows like consent fix, in putting you onto a trusted workflow when the MFA thing pops up and asks you to do the MFA access, it is the Microsoft domain, because they've kind of already got your token at that point, and they've pushed you to the legitimate site. So what we're seeing, I guess, is as we are being taught to look out for these things, then they are abusing the blind levels of trust that we have, and also, we got pushed so many MFA reconfirmations in a daily workday, so you kind of get used to doing that, used to pushing that. So the AI is accelerating trends in this space rather than changing the game drastically. But ask me next week or next year, Black Hat, I might have a different answer.
Well, I will look forward to asking you next year at Black Hat and see what's changing. I'll say, not to put you on the spot too much, but to play a little prediction game. Next year at Black Hat, what do you think you'll be talking about, or what would you want to be talking about in 2027 in this area?
I want to be talking about a secure world and we can all lean back, but
okay. I said 1 year from now.
I know. That was flippant, but this is why I love this job in this realm. Is that it's hard to make those predictions, and I wouldn't really know, and that's why I kind of like staying in this industry. I think if I knew, then it would be quite boring, but. Yeah, if I was to pick a few threads, we do a lot. The data extortion trend has been massive. I think we should stop calling it ransomware. I'd love to see that and start just calling it, data extortionware, because the instances of stealing data from exposed SaaS or so on, or exposed data store, huge trend that we're constantly kind of keeping track and watching. That need for full network compromise and worming away into different data stores in the environment and having full compromise of a network is kind of gone. So I think we'll see maybe these dilutions of the scale of these things, or maybe as we concentrate where we put our crown jewels. In some ways, we're making it easier for the attackers, and everyone. So, is it new? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I've kind of gone around.
No,
that question.
I love that. I love that answer. I think I'm going to totally adopt that idea of data extortion, because it puts a nice focus on what the goal is rather than the consequence. Of just, okay, we got to pay a ransom. It's like, why not? We're not protecting our ransoms, we're protecting our data.
I love that.
That's a great way.
And I think that's kind of where I was trying to go with that, actually, because you could ransom. If you're asking for a payment for whatever it is, if you got the romance scams, is that ransomware? Because they're asking for payment. Otherwise, we're going to leak your not safe for work pictures. So I'd love to see us focus more on the actual objective or impact rather than the consequence.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to sneeze in one last pun. I don't want to extinguish your enthusiasm, but unfortunately we're at the end of our segment here. But thank you so much for this conversation. This was fun.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, everyone else. To learn more about Fortra, visit securityweekly.com/FortraBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/you guessed it, Black Hat. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Braden Russell, CTO at BugCrowd. Thanks for being here.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
So BugCrowd, it's very much, I love this because you're kind of straddling humans and now LLMs, AI. And
absolutely, yeah.
Obviously this year AI has had a big impact on all kinds of bug bounties and those things, but you're embracing it now in a very interesting way, and I'd love to hear some more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We just launched our first agentic offensive testing capability called PathSeeker. It's out now, and we're demoing it here at Black Hat to great success, having a lot of fun with it. What it allows our customers to do is kind of get a broad test spectrum across all of their attack surface, everything that they've wanted to test classically but haven't been able to.
Takes the time.
Yeah, so classically, security teams have been stuck between a point-in-time pen test that gives you really good deep findings and your kind of volume scanners that maybe don't give you good findings, give you a lot of noise. And with PathSeeker, we have a third option now, where you can be doing constant assessment of your entire attack surface with high quality findings.
Yeah, and one of the things that stood out to me is that you as BugCrowd are still embracing the humans.
Oh, absolutely.
The humans are part of this, which is pretty interesting. Tell us more about why that decision, which I think is good, so no secrets there.
Yeah.
But how did you come to that, and what are the benefits that you're seeing already?
So what we're seeing with the AI agents right now is that they're absolutely raising the floor on what we can find, the vulnerabilities that we can find with automation, but they're not finding everything.
Sure.
Right, and the really critical vulnerabilities, the 0 days, right, the broken access control, those are the things that still require human creativity. AI is phenomenal at doing the things that we've taught it to do, right? It trained technology, it can find all the things that we've taught it to find. It's those other areas that AI doesn't know about yet that are still in the mind of the human hacker. That's where the humans are really coming in for us.
And there's also a lot of concern there. There's perhaps a hugging face in the room, an elephant in the room of OpenAI and Meta and Anthropic. All of the big labs want to brag about their LLMs and their agents going whore-pieced, so to speak, and skiing in places where they shouldn't be. Obviously, nobody wants to be surprised at what their agent has done, or even what their human pen testers have done historically before this. What are some of the ways that you're addressing that type of thing and making sure that here's the pen test is corralled to the right attack surface that it should be focused on?
So just before we launched PathSeeker, we launched a product called Savant Vista, and it's our built-in EASM capability within the platform. All of our customers in the platform have access to Vista. They can scan their entire external attack surface, and what this allows us to do is give them a bridge between what they're supposed to protect and what the crowd has access to. And it allows them to overlay on top of their attack surface, here's where your pen tests are, here's where your bug bounties are running, here's where your red teams are running, and then here's the whole area of your attack surface that nobody's looking at, which means only the adversaries are looking at that area of your attack surface. And then what we allow you to do across basically that EASM capability is use that as both targeting and guardrails for how the testing works.
And that's what a lot of teams want. They want both the confidence that it's not going to be something destructive, obviously, which is one of the historical things that's been good about bug bounties, then that's why you get to build the reputation for the humans. Yeah. Sounds like you're building reputation for the LLMs as well.
That's what we're trying to do. And we have them all go through essentially our same triage process, right? So we make sure that every finding is validated and high quality for our customers. One of the things that AI is really good at doing for us is proving exploitability of the vulnerabilities it finds that we couldn't get with prior automated technologies. But what we still see is that this security you get out of the build tools that you have, like a Claude Code or a Codex, gets you a secure application, but it's not until you deploy that application into production and how it's actually working in production that you find the really critical vulnerabilities. So it's an otherwise secure application, but the way it's deployed, the way it's communicating, the way it's interacting with other applications, that's where hackers can find ways to make it do things you never knew it could do.
Yeah, and it's like, here's this surprising configuration that isn't part of the source code or the build process, but was part of the deploy process that was like, oh, whoops, we forgot about that, or we didn't realize that, or that weird interaction between assumption A from this service that's talking to this service, how did assumption B? And suddenly, I tend to think of that as the human creativity finds that.
Exactly.
But it sounds like LLMs are perhaps starting to close that gap a bit. Are there certain classes of attacks where you're seeing them either surprise you or just excelling at in the types of vulns that they find?
They're absolutely getting better, right? And every model release that comes out seems like it's raising the floor a little bit more. They're absolutely getting better. There are still areas that are going to be very difficult for AI to figure out, like timing attacks are difficult, right? And there are just certain creativity things that happen within the human mind that you'd have to teach the AI how to do that we're still trying to figure out. I'm sure we'll get there, but until we're ready to say cybercrime solved, hacking solved, humans are still going to find a way in, right?
Not this decade, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, not all the VC money in the world solving that yet.
Yeah.
One of the things is, now I have a long AppSec background, and I've been on the receiving end of bug bounty reports too. And one of the things that you said stood out to me, because sometimes the bug bounty reports, they're a video or they're a long detailed notepad of here's do this, then do this, then do this. It sounds like the LLMs can help with that, as like proof of exploitation can be a little bit more universalized, to make up a word, or be a little bit more clear so that the human bug bounty finder can express through the LLM to those on the receiving end to say, yeah, this is actually a vuln, here's how to reproduce it. Because that reproduction step tends to be, do I really care about this? Is this really as bad as they're claiming, et cetera? So I'm trying to squeeze in a question here, but yeah, tell me more about this.
We've been very purposeful about how we introduce AI to the platform, right? Building an AI plus human collaboration in the platform. And one of the areas that we did launch an AI capability is in our triage component. We have an AI co-pilot within triage so that our customers can interact with an AI agent and all of those submissions that are coming in, if they need more information about it. Have I seen anything like this before? Who fixed it last time? Where should I take this next? AI can generate a nuclei template for you, so you could go scan the rest of your environment for that same finding. So what we're trying to do is introduce AI in ways that it both accelerates vulnerability detection or eliminates busy work, right?
Yeah, and one of the things you just said there is one of those important busy work, but is busy work nonetheless, in the sense of, okay, we got a bug report for this vulnerability because it was visible, the person found it, or the LLM found it for that matter. But where else does that bug exist within my platform that maybe isn't visible or just takes a long time to find? So,
or isn't in scope for this bounty, right?
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, a lot of reasons that it might be missed, but on the product security teams, they should be looking for that, or there's somebody needs to be looking for that. So that sounds very compelling. So with that, and you said models are getting better. Said thank you for the acknowledgement that humans are still important. Are humans always going to be part of this? To put you on the spot a little bit, or what is their role in, perhaps if we roll forward next year, the year beyond that, something like that?
What I've been saying, and everyone tells me stop saying it, is gray matter still matters. And I think that as long as humans are dedicated to breaking into technology systems, then we're going to need humans to figure out what those ways are. Maybe a goofy way to say it is, even when Skynet took over, they hacked Arnold, right? So you look forward into the future, humans are going to be hacking, right? And as long as humans are hacking, we're going to need humans to figure out where they're going to get in.
Yes, and I usually have an allergic reaction to any Skynet references, but that's a great way to sneak it in a way that I think fits much better. Thank you for that. So a lot of this then is the combination of human and LLMs, very much for finding the vulns. How have customers embraced this? How have they reacted to this?
The two biggest drivers that our customers were asking us for this component for, and why we built it, was one, they want to be able to do continuous testing of every change, right? Yeah. And with human pen testing or bug bounty, it's difficult to stay on top
quarterly cadence
of every change. The other, and it's hard to tell if it's which one's one and which one's two. The other is, in this post-Mythos moment that we're in, all of our customers are drowning in thousands of vulnerabilities. They need to figure out which ones do I address right now? Which ones are most important for me to fix? And when you have, let's say, 1,000 vulnerabilities, if you've got mitigation in place for a bunch of them, compensating controls in place for a whole bunch of them are maybe buried down in your environment where they're just not reachable. Yeah. But there's this small percentage that an external attacker, if they found it, they can exploit your network, that you get popped, right? And so what we're seeing a really strong demand for PathSeeker is, can I give PathSeeker all of my known vulnerabilities, and then it tells me from the outside which ones do I need to go fix, because these ones are the ones that are actually useful from an exploitation perspective. Yeah,
it's almost a capture the flag of sorts, where if it says, here's the flag, that's, okay, I got to go fix that. It's kind of incontrovertible that somebody else who is more malicious obviously could have gone through that same way.
Exactly,
Yeah. So now I asked about the clients attack. What about the community? Because one of the big things about a platform like BugCrowd is there's a community of pen testers, of security researchers. How have they embraced this?
Well, our community has definitely embraced AI, right? I think in our Inside the Mind of a Hacker report that just came out, somewhere around 85-86% of hackers are admitting that they use AI, right? It might be higher than that, but they're saying they use AI. And we absolutely support it, right? I mean, anything that they can do to improve their productivity, help them find better bugs, help them find bugs faster, eliminate busy work, we love it. right? And the community has definitely embraced AI. It's the best tool to use right now. And we're giving them additional tools in the platform, additional AI tools in the platform to help them accelerate as well.
Yeah. Now, one of the aspects too is I do want to go back to the idea of prioritization, and very much that if this can be exploited, if this can be seen externally, that is a great signal. I wonder, even with those signals, are customers still getting just beat up or overwhelmed with, now there are suddenly some good prioritized and well triaged vulns, but there's still a massive volume of them.
They are.
What does the fixing side look like, or is there? Yeah, what's the struggle that you're still seeing these orgs deal with?
It's the same struggle that we've had since we were talking before we got on camera. We talked about days back at Foundstone, and when we were at Foundstone writing kind of that first generation of vulnerability scanners, customers would say, hey, this is awesome. You guys gave me all of these vulnerabilities, and now I got to go fix them. Can you just give me a button that says fix it, right? And so that's still, I think, what customers are looking for.
Yeah.
The hardest part is that it's usually two different teams. The security team finding the vulnerabilities and a different DevOps IT engineering team that's fixing the vulnerabilities. And the timing isn't always the same. So one of the things that we're looking at is how do we integrate more with our customers' security stack? Because the security team can deploy mitigations, right? They're in control of mitigations, they can deploy mitigations. They aren't necessarily in control of a patch cycle or a bug fix.
Right.
So if we can integrate with the existing technologies and allow them to deploy a mitigation while they wait for the patch to roll out, that should hopefully alleviate some of the stress.
Honestly, there's a very compelling story there where I'm imagining, rather than the security team going over to the developers and saying, here's your, fix this within 1 day, fix this within 1 week, fix this with 1 month, sort of, we put in some mitigation, this 1 day fix, now you've got a week, or you've got a month or time, because there's something else that puts that delay on the attacker. And it sounds like with PathSeeker and with this external testing, you can kind of verify that mitigating control actually works before it's been fully patched.
Absolutely,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's hopefully that's resonating with a lot more people too, because that's a pain point that I've just seen over and over. Everybody struggles with vulnerability management.
It is, yeah. And so, I mean, the ultimate fix part is we're still lagging there. I think there's a lot of companies working on the technologies to do auto remediation and auto source code patching, but we still have checks and balances and gates, right? Where that patch has to be tested before it gets deployed because you can't take down production because you deployed the patch. So we're still in a timing issue, I think, with security and the infrastructure teams. But hopefully we can accelerate that with some of these AI remediation technologies that are coming out.
Yeah. And riffing a bit just on the idea of timing, you've announced a lot of this here at Black Hat.
Yeah.
What else can we look forward to in the next couple of months? Just even closing out the year that's coming more from PathSeeker.
So PathSeeker is going to continue to get more advanced and more capable, be able to find more vulnerabilities. And right now, PathSeeker is an external attack surface technology. We're going to move PathSeeker into the inside of the network. Okay. Right? So if you look at PathSeeker right now is really looking at what you would call left of boom, right? What we'll look at for PathSeeker v2 is what happens right of boom. So once someone is able to get into the network, where can they get? What can they get to? What kind of crown jewels can they access?
Yeah.
So that's what's coming next for PathSeeker.
That's good, because I've had a lot of conversations where, in debates where people are like, is there really, does whether this is external facing or not matter as part of a priority? Because we do live in a world of both insider threats, but one malicious supply chain mistake now is a way for an attacker to act from an internal perspective.
Yeah, or one agent mistake.
Or one. Good point. Yeah. We live in a world of prompt injection now. So, I guess have your pen testers, have your bug crown community been prompt injecting your pen testing LM?
Yeah, whether we want them to or not. Yes. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Very helpful.
Whether we want them to or not. Yeah. That's that and it depends are two slogans for AppSec, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So if we roll ahead to 2027, we have this kind of discussion a year from now. Is there a silver lining or a case for optimism that you would love us to be able to talk about, where people are doing something better because of tools like this or because of better solutions?
Yeah, I mean, I think we didn't necessarily know what our tech debt was, right? Coming up to this most recent release of all the AI models. And now we all know what our tech debt is, right? We know everything that needs to be fixed and everything that needs to be patched.
Yeah.
I think over the next year or so, we're going to have to figure out how do we fix all of that tech debt. So hopefully by this time next year, we're not talking about the tech debt, we're talking about what are the next generation of vulnerabilities that we have to be protecting against. Because the
Yeah.
tech debt is, I don't know if we can solve it in a year, but if we can, that'd be ideal.
Yeah, but it's at least admitting we have the problem, right?
Yeah.
But then seeing a lot of fixes coming along from all those flaws that we found. So you got to start somewhere. So this sounds like a very reliable start, though. So thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate this, Braden. If you'd like to learn more about BugCrowd, visit securityweekly.com/BugCrowdBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out, same thing, securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around, we'll be right back after this break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Ronan Murphy, Chief Data Strategy Officer at ForcePoint. Thanks for being here.
Delighted to be here, Mike.
So one of the things I've been talking about all day today, we're near the end of the day here, all day yesterday was AI, LLMs, agents. I don't think this is any surprise to you at Black Hat this year. But a lot of it has been, we have agents, we have AI, and AI is dangerous. It feels a little ambiguous, or it feels a little bit of missing the, well, why is it dangerous? What are they doing? What are they getting access to? And I think you've got a good story about answering that question, and that has to do with data. So I'd love to hear what your perspective is here, that you're talking about risk and data.
Absolutely. Look, in the last 15 years in cybersecurity, we've seen some very defining changes taking place, right? We started off by protecting infrastructure. We then moved into protecting applications, which is your world.
Yeah.
Identity became the next big perimeter.
Yes.
And now we are going through a fundamental change once again. And it's not just a fundamental change, it's actually having a profound implication on every organization across the world. And that is, we are now protecting intelligence, which is incredibly interesting because as organizations race to operationalize AI in all of its different types, whether it's agentic or LLMs or co-pilots or applications,
MCPs, we could rattle
the
off, yeah.
oxygen that makes these tools effective is your data. Yeah. And within that data lies your intelligence, or what the industry is now referring to as your alpha. And protecting that alpha, protecting that competitive edge, your intellectual property, your proprietary data, your regulated content, the stuff that makes your company what it is, protecting that intelligence has become the new perimeter. And what you're seeing now is you're seeing that every boardroom of the Fortune 1000 are asking the question, if we share our alpha with these LLMs, with these different systems, are we giving away our crown jewels, or are we protecting it? And I would argue that we're seeing a big shift from closed models like the Anthropics and the OpenAIs to an open source environment, which is super, super interesting.
And part of that is that there's definitely a lot of angles I want to go into that.
Yes.
And one of those aspects is you also listed a good history, perhaps brief, but
yes.
We have had API endpoints, we've
Indeed.
had service identities, now we have non-human identities as well as humans like you and I. And you're pointing out there's definitely an appreciation. How much of that is different, or what do people not realize maybe is there's a nuance here about agents that we have to remember or apply our controls, or we actually have some controls that could help if we use them correctly.
Yeah. So Mike, you know this better than anyone. You've been in this industry a long time, right? But we are the best industry in the world at 3-letter acronyms and 4-letter acronyms and giving terms, right?
We're up to 5-letter acronyms.
Yeah, exactly.
Too, yeah.
and as an industry, we've come up with a term which is agentic, right? And effectively, agentic is the ability to build software at scale using your LLMs, right? And it's empowering organizations to drive operational efficiencies by building software. And what we're seeing is a proliferation of these non-human identities, these software applications running at scale across an organization, which is tremendously powerful, brings huge benefits. But the big but is that these applications have the ability to access repos and data and the crown jewels, or what I refer to as the alpha.
Yeah.
And that's where the risk lies. Now, here's the problem. You mentioned to me in our introduction earlier that you have a heritage in vulnerability management. And when you think about vulnerability management, there's a good level of standardization. You find a vulnerability, it's disclosed, it gets a CVS, and the whole world knows about the implications. Data is very different, because when it comes to data, it's almost like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you're a hospital, or if you're in aviation or manufacturing, your definition of value associated with data is very different. So it's non-standard. And suddenly you have these organizations rolling out AI co-pilots, agentic, non-human identities, and it's accessing data in SharePoint and OneDrive and Dropbox and Amazon and Google and Microsoft. And companies and boards are now saying, wait 1 minute, are we losing our alpha? Is our alpha finding its way into models where we could potentially lose this? And all of a sudden, we're seeing a kind of a crescendo here where the CIOs and the CISOs and the governance people and the boards are having to come together and say, okay, how do we operationalize AI safely and securely? And that's where ForcePoint plays.
And what's interesting what you're describing is you haven't even said threat actor or named like a nation state or these attackers. You're already describing what needs to be protected to protect the value and preserve that business. And what's interesting is even some of the examples you use were heavily regulated,
Yes.
whether it's hospitals, et cetera. But a lot of organizations out there don't have that regulation. They don't necessarily have that maturity. So are they even just getting surprised about where their data is? Do they even, I want to guess they have to start with a data inventory. How many data inventories have you seen out there when you go talk to customers?
So what we see is that organizations, data is a bit like water. It's, it's like turning a bottle upside down, it goes everywhere, right? And it's growing at an exponential rate. And within that data is your alpha. It's your proprietary information, it's your regulated content, it's your competitive differentiator, it's your trade secrets. And up until now, I would say from a cyber perspective, and a lot of what we would have heard in Black Hat and at RSA and other events over the years was about protecting that. But all of a sudden, we're opening up the kimono to allow all these different technologies access that alpha, access that proprietary information and IP. And for cybersecurity professionals like us, that's a really alarming trend. But interestingly, I would say in the last 30 days, probably since Alex Karp, the chief executive of Palantir, went on CNBC and said, the Fortune 500, the Fortune 1000 are really worried about their alpha, about their IP and so forth going into these models and the risk that poses. So when it comes to data, when it comes to that alpha, I think the challenge that organizations are wrestling with is where is the data?
Right.
What is the data? Where do we have potential risk with that data? How do we discover it? How do we classify it? How do we contextualize it? How do we risk assess it? And that's a complex problem because it's not standard. It's a very different problem for a hospital as it is for a manufacturing company.
Yes. And it was a problem that predates the LLMs, but the LLMs are just absolutely exacerbated.
They've just opened it up.
Right. Because you said, for example, me, there's a governance around me as an employee, what data can I access, et cetera. But if I launch 100 different agents, do they all need the same, are they clones of me or should they be different? How are customers approaching that?
And you've two issues actually. You make a good point, right? You've sanctioned AI, right? But that still brings the same risks, right? Because even if it's sanctioned, how do you know that it has access to the correct data, right? And how do you know that someone can't, generate a prompt that's going to create a major issue, right? But then you also have shadow AI or unsanctioned AI, and that's even arguably more problematic for organizations. So we're seeing companies now looking at this and asking the question, how do we build a run book that allows us to operationalize AI, adopt this very powerful technology in a safe and secure manner, protect our alpha, protect our data, and be in a position where we can demonstrate not just to our board, but also to regulators that we are doing the right thing by the crown jewels within our organization. And that's where ForcePoint operates at. I would argue it's probably an incredibly complex layer that's overlooked by the industry to a degree. But you are seeing, again, in the last 30, 60 days, this is really bubbling up to the surface.
Now, one of the things you mentioned, for example, vulnerability management.
Yes.
My background.
Yes.
One of the traps is to fall into say, look, we found all these CVEs, go fix them.
Yes.
The same can't be true from data. Like you have a lot of data to protect, go protect all the data sounds like the same problem or the same trap to fall into.
You're absolutely spot on, right? And the problem with data is that not all data is created equal. There's specific data assets that represent far more value to your business in terms of your alpha, right? It might be your financial documentation, it might be your intellectual property, depending on what industry you operate in, it might be your regulated content.
Of course, yeah.
So typically what you find is it's almost a bit like the analogy of how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. Same with vulnerability management, right? It's looking at an organization, understanding which data assets represent the most value to us as a company, and then understanding where that data is. Is it properly categorized? Is it properly labeled? Is it properly risk assessed? Is it in the right location? And is there a potential risk that an AI application, an LLM, an agent could potentially access that data and create problems.
Yeah, and what you've described is, so if we have our menu for the elephant, we're looking at
Yes,
it. Yeah,
yes.
we do at least have to start with the appetizer before we get the entrees, dessert, perhaps, to play with that as a metaphor. But I want to set that up as, you can't just go to an organization and say, you've got all your data labeled, you have it all analyzed, because there's so much that's contextual
and it's growing at an exponential rate.
Right. So what's like the first step? How does a CISO or a security org start that in a way that says, we know we're here at this maturity, we take these couple steps, these few bites, where we're improving in a way that's reducing risk rather than we're improving just because we took a lot of actions.
Yeah.
And that's it. But the action doesn't mean risk.
Yeah, I'm sure in your career, right, you've witnessed the implications of ransomware attack, right? And if you ever want to see the mind focused, just go and look at a post-ransomware attack, right? They won't look and say, all of our data. They'll look and they'll say, have they got our customer database? Have they got the stuff that really matters, right? And what you're seeing now with AI, and particularly with this alpha conversation, is how do we address the most valuable assets in terms of data within our organization? So for example, and it's different, right? If you are a manufacturing company, it might be data that's regulated under import-export controls. And that single data asset is the most valuable asset to your business. Yeah. If you're a bank, it might be customer information or PCI data. If you're a hospital, it's healthcare information, PHI. If you're a retailer, it might be pricing files. And what we're seeing in every organization is it's actually becoming very verticalized in terms of the rhetoric and the conversation around the asset for them, which represents either the most value or the most risk. And I think that CISOs that are learning how to operationalize AI safely with having secure data are actually becoming a force multiplier within their organizations. They're becoming very strategic because they're allowing that organization to embrace this technology and reap the benefits of it.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful to hear it phrased like that, because at least a decade ago, if not longer, we already knew that just saying no doesn't work.
Yes.
Good luck trying to stop the business. If you're already saying that the losing the alpha, losing the data is a risk to the business, the CISO can't say stop working with data, because you just insider threat is your CISO.
Exactly. And probably the biggest insider threat right now is agentic AI.
Yes.
You know?
And so then too, I'll pull a little bit another parallel with like the vulnerability side, where there's the classic case of, okay, we have these vulns to fix, but don't slow down development.
Yes.
That whole velocity versus security, there's got to be something here that hits with, well, we have to label the data. We have to check this, our RBAC, are we granular? Who's accessing this? How does a CISO, how's that organization also avoid that trap of saying, well, slow down a little bit because we have to do all these little details to your data? We want to still enable them, like you said. What's the good solution there?
It's really standing back and asking the question, what assets do we have as an organization that cannot find their way into any form of AI ingestion? And when you stand back and you ask that question, there will be assets, data assets, that are, they're a red line. They should never find their way into Copilot or into an LLM. And once that question is asked, you now go to, okay, do we have the ability to find that data? Do we have the ability to risk assess it? Do we have the ability to minimize the risk associated with it? And companies that can answer that question, I'll tell you what they can do. They can say to the board, we are protecting our alpha. We are making sure that our alpha is not finding its way into an LLM where it's training someone else's model. We're in a position where we can demonstrate the adoption of these technologies in a safe and in a secure manner.
Yeah, and what you've explained there is a motivating question that leads to a strategy.
Yes.
Whereas if I say, how many agents do we have? Who's running the agents? Okay, those might be useful or interesting questions.
Indeed.
But those aren't really risk-oriented questions, right? I haven't said anything about security.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think when you look at what we do in ForcePoint, we operate at that data layer. Our job is to make sure that the oxygen for AI, being the data, is properly controlled, properly risk assessed. The ingress, the egress, going to whether it's shadow AI or it's sanctioned applications, that alpha is being used in a way that's in line with your policies as an organization.
Yeah, and I think that's hopefully the wonderful message that people take away from this.
Indeed.
Because unfortunately now is time for our own egress as we run at the end of time. Thank you,
very
Ronan.
much.
Thank you everyone for joining us. To learn more about ForcePoint, visit securityweekly.com/ForcePointBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/Black Hat. This is our last interview, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Jackie, I think, for our wrap up for the segment for the week.
Thank you, Mike.
It is the end of Black Hat 2026. I think I'm Jackie McGuire, and thank you for tuning into CyberRisk TV's live coverage of this year's event. Here to wrap it all up with me and hopefully shake off the Black Hat funk is my co-host, Mike Sheehan. Mike, how was your week?
It was long. It was very long. And it can be summed up in 2 letters.
VP. Oh, 2 letters, not VPNs. We're not talking firewalls and VPNs.
Not talking firewalls and VPNs.
No.
Nope, just AI.
AI.
And I say that with a smile, but it's a smile of perhaps a hostage-taking situation.
All of my
that's all we've
intelligence
heard.
is artificial at this point. All of it. Yeah. I mean, it's cool, right? I think that's why we do these things, is that it's a thing. It's a big thing that a lot of people are talking about. But when you get to come talk to a whole bunch of different people, you kind of get a better sense for who actually knows what they're talking about and who's just saying the things that they got from a Claude prompt.
One of my favorite go-to quotes is from This is Spinal Tap. So digging a little bit deep, it's a 40-plus-year-old movie.
You're going to show our age. That's fine.
That's fine, but it is about the Druids. Nobody knows who they were or what they were doing. And that feels a little bit relevant with AI this week that I've seen. Yeah.
Let's delve into that. That's not just opinion. It's a hot take, M-dash, and a good one.
I'm keeping my M-dash, sorry.
Yeah.
These are handwriting, bespoke LinkedIn posts.
But you
and
can
everything.
tell when a human does an M-dash,
yes.
and you can tell when an AI does an M-dash. And I feel like the 6 words, a colon, and then a hot take is even more of a telltale sign of AI now. And semicolons, because you're like, who uses semicolons?
Plus the dramatic pause. Let me explain.
Yeah.
It's like, just keep talking. You don't have to, I'm like, every time I see the let me explain, I'm like, nope, you're done.
Like, let's delve into this. This is not just this, it's that. And that's not just a statement. It's truth in action. But no, I think I learned a lot this week about identities, how people are approaching identity in the NHI space, whether it be from a workload perspective, like ephemeral agents that just spring up and then disappear in a few milliseconds.
Yes.
Like it was. Did you learn anything new?
I think I'm going to have to think about that. I think the answer is no, because maybe I'll come up with something.
Yeah.
But as you said, for example, like the ephemeral privileges or the ephemeral access, we've always had that.
Yeah.
What I'm learning is that try not to be overly cynical. We know what the controls are.
Yeah.
They're just, as always, really hard to keep applying.
Yeah.
And now we have to apply them to humans and to agents and all those agents.
Yeah.
Because there's so damn many of them. So that scaling still seems like one of those challenges.
Yeah. Well, and it's always been hard to babysit developers because they can do crazy things and they have talents and they're mischievous. And now you have these like artificially intelligent developers that can do crazy things. They're not quite sentient and just spiral out of control. So yeah, it's like an engineering manager's nightmare, I think. Like, no, you shouldn't have a dev box at your house that doesn't have EDR on it. Like,
well, and it's also like, and you should have had egress controls, or you should have had these other things that go let the LLM just do its thing, let that slash goal, and maybe it'll be, I'm not going to say creative, it'll be persistent in trying to accomplish that goal. But we have some controls around sandboxes, what isolation could look like and should look like. It just takes a lot of time to implement, and people are still making mistakes, or are, how I'll phrase this to be nicer to people, our software environments getting so complicated, it's easier to miss what those misconfigurations are, or misunderstand what some of the nuances are of what they get together. But that's me getting a little bit too serious, and I think it's not the time of the day to be serious.
all right, what are you wearing to the pool party tonight?
Pool
Are you going mankini or?
I guess,
Swim
for digging into deep cuts of movies, is how old is Borat? Is that still valid? Is that a good reference?
I feel like it's always a good outfit choice. So, yeah. Now I'm gonna go like early '90s, I think, with like the bathing suits where the leg holes are cut up to your armpits, and maybe some like scrunchy socks.
Oh, okay.
LA
Now, if we're
Gears.
going '90s, then I'm going to check out. I'm going to go I'll just cosplay some Kraft and just say, I'll sit on there and say, we are the ones that you should be worried about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, so if we didn't learn net new a whole lot, what do you think people should be talking about that they're not?
I guess they should be talking about, rather than chasing all of these new vulnerabilities or chasing that we can find so many new flaws, what are the better secure design principles that you could have had in place? And it's, I'll accept, it's fine if this is like, we're thinking with, this is our hindsight. But if we say, oh, if we had done this design differently, or if we had a default deny here, a lot of those vulns wouldn't have mattered so much. So I'm going to go to, this is not new. It's not new to, nothing, it's not a hot take, sorry. CIS has been talking about secure by default, secure by design, but I guess bringing secure by design to ground a lot of these conversations is what I wish for. That's
So
my
can
magic.
I just be like, hey, Claude, can we shift left? I'm going to try to make Mike cry.
Wow, this is an inception of cliches and cliches and cliches. I'm going to cry very soon. I hope we're going to wrap this up, Jackie.
It's good, but you're a pretty crier. You're like a movie crier. I'm like an ugly crier with lots of snot. And like, no, yeah, I mean, I keep wondering that, whether we're going to keep just trying to slap, like flex tape on all the holes in the boat, or whether we're actually going to build a better boat. Because I think, to a certain extent, the dot-com era kind of bifurcated the industry, and you had all of these legacy companies who weren't ready for e-commerce, who weren't ready for electronic payments, who weren't ready for being chronically online. But then you had all these new companies start up, and because they knew what they were building for, they could build things more securely because they were building e-commerce ready platforms, right? So I keep wondering that, whether you're going to see the same kind of bifurcation where you do see startups building with more secure design principles, with better guardrails, because they know they're going to be using agents. And so it's like, no, we are really going to know our environment and know what things have access to, and then how long that shift will take for the legacy companies to catch up.
Yeah, and I think I'll play with that a little bit, because what was it, 15 years ago maybe, everything was, here's a cloud native startup. And if you were to try to talk about being a cloud native startup today, people are like, and? So hopefully all the AI native startups, hopefully we accelerate that, and maybe next year, AI native startup is like, like, what are you actually doing?
Yeah.
So that'll be my wish. I guess I have two wishes now. So.
Okay. Yeah.
We're in Vegas. I'm reaching for as much as possible.
Yeah. All right. So you're not getting an interview on CyberRisk TV next year at Black Hat unless you're an AI native startup and you have secure design principles.
That's the contract right now. That's the writer.
We need to change the contracts. Anything else you'd like to add about Black Hat before we wrap this up and go start duffing all the cons?
We're going to duff all the cons. It's an exhausting time, but as always, it is very fun. It's very much kind of a family reunion.
Yeah.
I run into old coworkers, see what they're up to, both on the family side as well as on the business side of things. What are they working on? And sometimes that work is still the same. There's a lot of unsolved AppSec problems out there.
Yeah.
But I will say I'm ending with a smile, so that's fun. And you?
Yeah, same. It's cool to see same friends standing in front of new booths with different T-shirts on. But every year I know more and more people, and obviously I blend into a crowd really well, so I'm hard for people to recognize. But no, it's cool. And like the hallway con gets better every single year. And like you said, it's a family reunion. Yeah. You could not pay me enough money to spend an entire week in Vegas, but this is my favorite week a year. It is literally the thing that I look forward to, like all year. I'm like, I can't wait to go to Hacker Summer Camp. So
exactly, because you're spending time with the humans, not all the LLMs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go out and party with Claude tonight, unfortunately. All right, Mike, thank you for closing out Black Hat with me. We want to say a huge thank you to all of our guests and sponsors who joined us for the last few days, and of course to all of you guys tuning in. You can find all of our interviews and more for Black Hat 2026 by going to the CyberRisk Alliance. That's securityweekly.com/Black Hat. I am Jackie McGuire, and we hope to see you next year.